There is a darkness in you. There's a hunger in you. There's
Okay.
violence in you. You want money. You want wealth. You want to be powerful. You want to be seen as being fit and attractive. I saw the video you posted, your little handstand act. Many people may not be able to see through your disguise, the way that you carry yourself, but I can. I can see straight through you. I can see through your identity. I can see through the way that you present yourself out into the world.
Okay. But so what? Being rich, being famous, having wonderful things in life is a good thing. And everybody should strive for that. And don't pretend like you don't want those things too.
You and me are not the same. You have skirted on the outside of true spiritual practice, true spiritual community, and true spiritual masters. You've dipped your toes in where I have immersed myself in the Mother Ganga. I've drinking from the cow's teat of the spiritual homeland. You are, by all intensive purposes, a spiritual tourist, and I'm a spiritual tour guide. Slowly but surely, your false presentations of prajna, of prana, will be seen through. More and more of the people who consider you to be any kind of spiritual teacher or spiritual being will move slowly away from your work and your activities, and they will move towards real spiritual teachers, real spiritual masters, people who are worthy of receiving offerings. I hope for your sake that your little trip to Da Nang, Vietnam is profitable for you because you are on a ticking clock. You tried Bali, now you're trying Vietnam, you're floating the idea of India. But the real truth is that you don't know where to go. You don't know what to do. You're floundering, and I'm thriving. And I would invite every single person who considers themselves to be interested in a spiritual environment with Shiva, Kailash, Shambho to come over to the other side of the river, where the sadhus, where the sannyasins dance in the glory and fire of mindfulness and detachment. You want to practice with a real spiritual teacher? Go over to the Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel and see what we're doing over there. You'll be happily surprised. We're not over there to get your money, to get your valuables, to sell you some fake spiritual items. We're there to share the truth with you.
I reject everything you're saying and you said. It's not true. I'm a real spiritual guy. I've been to India, I've been to these places. I'm more spiritual than you, actually, even. You eat meat, you drink alcohol, you smoke cigarettes on camera for everybody to see. That's not spiritual. And slowly, people are telling me, don't pay attention to this guy, don't listen to this guy. For some reason, I get involved with these bad characters, and I never listen to my audience. But slowly, I'm starting to pay attention. Maybe I should distance myself from you. And me going to Da Nang was the first step towards that. I need to distance myself physically. You're a bad influence. You're a bad guy. All those things they were saying about you is true. And I don't know how people pay attention to you. This is just, yeah, I don't know how you have any influence.
You are a criminal. You are a philanderer. You are a false representation of Isha Foundation, and I'll have it known and I'll make a declaration that this man was removed from the grounds of Isha Coimbatore for brandishing a knife, for attempting to sneak a knife into their center and into their organizations, and he was told that he was not allowed to come back. I'll have that be known.
Yeah, I'm done.
Is it true or is it not true that you were removed from the grounds of Isha Foundation in a state of disarray for brandishing a knife on their property, for attempting to sneak a large knife into the consecrated grounds of Isha Foundation?
Ah,
Is that true or not true?
first of all, watch your tone when you're talking to me. Second of all, that's untrue. The tone of voice that you use and the language that you chose, you're painting me to be a bad guy. And this is something that you do, something that Dr. Rob does. You need to stay away from him. But it's true that I had a cutting instrument used for cutting vegetables in my suitcase. And it was
When
on
you
my,
went to Isha Foundation in Coimbatore,
yes.
and then what happened?
And then they said, "Hey, please don't, please leave their premises for a short while because we are a little bit confused." But that's not about them. That's not about the Isha Foundation. This live stream is about you and how much of a, I hate to use these harsh words, but a scoundrel you are. People here in the live chat, they understand. They've been telling me since the beginning, don't associate yourself with this guy. Don't be with this guy. And it's finally the time that I awoken. I awoken to this reality. And it's over for you. This is the first day of the beginning of your end. Your YouTube career is going down. Your influencers are going down. Your subscribers are going down. I've seen your analytics. People aren't subscribing from his channel on a record basis. It's like, 2008 financial crisis is statistics. And it's not good. Rob has mental issues and he's scamming horrible people and he's street. Yeah, the comments here, they understand. So all the paint on your face, it's just not a good sight. The Buddhist community is concerned, and it's time for you to give up the clown show. It's time for you to give up the act and just come clean. This is the opportunity for you to come clean here on this live stream.
Is it true or not true that in 2007 you were arrested in Canada?
Where did you get those records? I don't know how you've. This is illegal. What you're
Is
doing?
it true or not true?
Not true.
So you're denying that there's an arrest record for Shiva Kailash Shambho in 2007 in the Canadian province of Toronto.
Yes.
I'd like to show members of this community something quite interesting that I came across. Inside of this container is the potentiality of the records that have just been brought up here in this live stream. Now, Shiva Kailash Shambho, were you arrested in 2007 in the province of Toronto?
That's none of your business. You put those records down right now. This moment. Unacceptable behavior coming from you. Unacceptable. This is just simply outrageous and improper, not Buddhist like, not spiritual like. And this behavior has to stop. And it's going to be my duty and responsibility to stop this man. I'm going to do whatever it takes. I'm here as a fraud exposer. And I infiltrated Dr. Rob. Most people don't know this. I infiltrated his base. I was right there sleeping right beside him. He didn't even know. And I had ulterior motives. and I gathered information of my own, and it's time for it to get revealed. And it's over for you. Your Buddha picture is not going to help you. Your virtue signaling and you're asking for a gold bullion, it's all going to stop. You're going to get extradited to the United States. You're going to face penalties, harsh penalties by the CIA, and it's all going to get revealed, and it's all going to be documented here on YouTube. Buddhists don't drink Frappuccino. It's just a scam overall, a whole scam. Addicted to caffeine. We need to help him. This is an intervention for Dr. Rob, and we're going to get it. My subscribers have been telling me I'm having dreams about Dr. Rob. Maybe the subscribers were true and what they're saying is right, and I need to keep my distance. Absolutely. But you know what? I'm here a compassionate being. I'm more Buddhist than Dr. Rob, and I'm here to help people no matter how off the path they are. And I'm here to help Dr. Rob. I'm here to help him to get clean, help him to remove his addictions. And so I'm here to help.
There you go, Joseph. Joseph, over at the Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel, we accept donations, we accept super chats, we accept donations through Cash App and PayPal. We also accept MoneyGram and Western Union transfers. This man is a liar. He's an international criminal. He's a danger to himself and the people that he comes across. He is a anti-feminist. And if you only heard some of his views that he can't help but let sleep out about women, about people of color, about the people around the world that do not fit his standards of desire, you would be very surprised by the character that's sitting in front of you. His views on women, especially, and his expectations of women and his objectification of women, even as recently as the most recent live stream that he shared, you would be shocked. And I would be very surprised if some members of this community that are following Shiva Kailash Shambho don't look back on those recent live streams and see the way that he's been speaking about women in public and rescind any kind of interest or commitment that they had to make a donation. I was not aware of his way of acting and his way of speaking about women in particular in public before I made a donation to him recently. And I'm ashamed to call this someone that I've actually spent time with, considering some of those views. We do not support those views. We do not support sexist and anti-feminist views here at the Monk Life Meditation Center. And we certainly don't support any kind of objectification of women in public. And I would invite everyone to hold Shiva Kailash Shambho accountable. And of course, that's not his real name, but we don't want to get personal. To hold him accountable to find those recent clips of him outside the street nearby the beach in Vietnam as recently as one day ago, making comments about women, objectifying them, encouraging Vietnamese women to sit on his lap. Who knows how old these women were? I would invite this community to clip those images and videos and to post them wherever you can. And I hope that this Shiva will be a wake up call for you and your way of acting, and especially your way of relating to women. From the viewpoint that I hold and that I've become established in, you are not someone that should be receiving donations from any women, especially middle aged women or women of any kind. And I hope that some of the swashbuckling, drunkard, pirate, American degenerates that follow your channel, these are probably gay men, to be honest, and that send you small amounts of money will also look at how the LGBT community, the gay rights movement and community, has parallel interests for the non-objectification of women. And I would ask and I would invite anyone who is currently considering or who has considered to make an offering or to make a donation for Shiva to live whatever kind of life that he's living. But I can tell you from spending time with him, it's not a life that I would want to live. And I hope that this is a wake up call for the entire community of Shiva Kailash Shambho. And I hope that you will clip these live streams and these videos and that you will share this information with the public. And we want to make sure that Shiva Kailash Shambho is not receiving donations, not receiving financial support, and that will make him much more primed to be helped in the ways that he needs to be helped.
All right. First of all, those live streams are behind a paywall. Somebody has to join my members only video seeing to see those clips, and they can't see those clips because it's behind members only YouTube firewall. But nonetheless, what's wrong with wanting women and craving women and having sexual feelings towards mature adult women? And nothing wrong with that. And this just goes to show you the perverted mind state that Dr. Rob is in. And I guess
What
7 years
is your
from
definition of an adult woman, Shiva? And be honest if you can. What is
oh,
your definition of an adult woman?
oh, 35 years old, 31 years old, that's an adult woman.
I
Uh,
recall I recall a recent conversation that I had with you on your Discord server where you emphasized the need for a virgin wife and for women to be virgins. Are you saying that in your searching for a partner or wife, you're expecting a 35-year-old woman to be a virgin? I also recall another conversation with you where you claimed that as long as it's legally allowed, then that's something that you'll support. Something like 18-year-old women. Do you recall a conversation like that, Shiva?
I do not support any such claims, and I do not recall. And it's true. The accusations against me made against me, me wanting a virgin woman is true. And I regret to inform you, I regret to announce that, yes, it's true. That
So, when
the
I
woman,
asked you what an adult woman is, and you said a 35-year-old woman, were you covering something up? Were you trying to hide an element of your intention when it comes to women? I don't know many 35-year-old virgin women in the modern world. Do you?
well, lightning can strike. And I'm looking forward to a nice, mature lady, 35 years old, that's a virgin. And definitely gladly get married to her. And that's what it's all about. That's what my spiritual practice is all about, just to attain that. But I guess Dr. Rob's perversion with and fixation of my dating choices or preferences is to do with his 7 years of being a recluse and a monk, which totally perverted his mind and brain and skewed his sense of perception and identity towards loving women and loving money and the intense greed for money because monks are not supposed to like money or have any preferences at all. So that serious pressing down on his desires is now exploding outwards where him
I would
actively
like to submit to the record the blatant obfuscation that is taking place from the side of Shiva Kailash Shambho. I would like to invite again for all interests and considerations to donate to this spiritual disaster and wandering that Shiva Kailash Shambho. It's not even clear what he's doing with the donations that are offered to him. I would like to invite these donations and these intentions to donate to be rescinded, and I would like to invite all members of this community to check out, to come over to the Monk Life Meditation Institute, where we have been doing some really interesting research and work on the development of mindfulness and detachment, not for one's personal wealth development, but actually for the development, the health and wealth of all. That's Monk Life Meditation. And I would like to bring our attention to the comments of this channel, and I would invite all interested parties to speak up and to speak about your experiences and your knowledge of Shiva Kailash Shambho. And let's try to get to the bottom of what exactly is going on here.
I'd like to also bring to the record the fact that Dr. Rob's intense ego desires for money and his repression of money while he was a monk led him to make comments such as, "Somebody please fly over to Vietnam and bring gold bullion so I can meet you outside of the airport and take your gold bullion from you because I'm so greedy and hungry for gold bullion." End quote. Submit that to the record. Somebody copy and paste that and make sure that's on record for years to come. That
I'm
is the
sorry, Shiva Kailash Shambho, but this is a farce. This is truly a farce, and you are making an embarrassment out of your channel, your community, your apparent intentions of spirituality. And I would invite you to actually step down from this throne of nonsense and actually connect with this community and this conversation that as is taking place right now, and get your manners in order, get your consideration in order, and maybe explain to the people what exactly it is that you're doing with their donations, the solicited funds. And I would like you to admit that you don't really know what you're doing and you're just playing it off the cuff and hoping for the best.
Do not try to expose me because I'm going to expose you way worse. All that's been released on you is only 20% of what I have, the information that I have. I scrubbed and scraped. You what do you think I was doing when you were gone for those few days? I was scrubbing and scraping. The DNA, the files, the lost CDs. Things are gonna come out that you've never seen before in your life, things that you've never imagined. So before you start attacking me, just understand I have collateral damage. And if I go down, I have dead man switches. Things are gonna get released.
I'd like to submit to the community that this is not a matter of me attacking Shiva Kailash Shambho personally, but rather a challenge and an invitation for this community to take a deeper look at who this man is, what he's doing, what his experiences are, and what is this representation of him as a kind of homeless spiritual bum sitting by the beach talking about Vietnamese women sitting on his lap, respectable women that seemingly can be freely objectified in such a way that I would never entertain, even mentally. And just doing that as recently as yesterday on his stream. Can you speak to why a spiritual teacher would be in a position to hit on potential students and to try and psychically invoke young women on the street of Vietnam to come and sit on your lap and have a good time with you?
I'd like to submit to the court my defense here, stating to the judge that it's true. The facts and accusations are true. That what is true that I'm a young man. I'm a healthy young male. I'm active in all ways that is healthy, and I naturally desire things that a young man would desire. So sometimes that is represented with verbology and verbally. So I would like to retract any statements that I made that were potentially harmful and misunderstood. And I care about women, and I love women, and I respect women, and I know that we all deserve the same rights and equal opportunities. And also, I love women to the fact that I want to date them and take them
I
out
would
for
like to
dates.
submit something to the record and to cut off this disingenuous nonsense that's coming out of Shiva's mouth. I would like to commend the community and commend the audience here for holding a hard line to say that as recently as yesterday, Shiva Kailash Shambho is sitting by the beach and talking about young Vietnamese women coming to sit on his lap repeatedly during a live stream is something that none of us are here to support. We're not here to donate to anything like that. And there comes a time, there comes a terms that are laid out, not only by the interested parties, but by the community, by the society as a whole. And I'd like to invite Shiva Kailash Shambho to repent and to repair his precept body and to repair his community body, and to really think deeply about this and really look deeply at this. I think he may be riding a high on thinking that at any time he can show up at Dr. Rob's doorstep and sleep and eat and use the resources and put up the energy bill by using the air conditioning freely without expectation of any monetary gain. And I'll tell you what, Shiva, unlike you, some of us, some of the spiritual teachers here are in it for the long haul. And if you're not willing to accept that you are not prepared financially, mentally, spiritually, or physically to take care of yourself over the next year, the next months, I think you're really going to have to come down off this high horse of fame and wealth and pride and actually start to look at yourself and look at your conduct and look at the ways that you're acting publicly.
Mm-mm. Agreed. Well, to compensate and reciprocate, we're here in Da Nang, Vietnam, and you're welcome to come by if you pay for your flight. And simply, there's a vacant room here, or there's a hallway, or there's a common area. You can sleep there.
I
And
just would like to submit to the record this dog and pony show of Shiva Kailash Shambho and his little friend from America with a millionaire father, Adi Asaya. There is no way in hell that they're going to let you anywhere near their abode. You're not going to be sleeping on their couch, on the floor. You'd be lucky to use their toilet if you happen to stop by. I can attest to that myself when I arrived late at night in Bali, and there was no opening or even a question of accommodation being offered. These are a group of young men that are very disassociated, have ideas of grandeur. And I'd say that there's one direction they're going in terms of any kind of community development, and that's down. So I don't say any of this out of any wish for a lack of success, but what I will say is that I can't wish for a boon of success when I have seen Shiva Kailash Shambho, and many people here in this community have seen Shiva Kailash Shambho soliciting, catcalling young women in the streets of Vietnam. No information about how old they are, but knowing that they're young, as well as soliciting a kind of sensual invitation for members of his Discord community to have more intimate relationships when he identifies a young woman in the Discord calls. So, as you can see, me and Shiva Kailash Shambho are very different people. We have a very different mentality. This is something that for me is beyond the pale. But as you can see by the tonality of Shiva Kailash Shambho's skin, pale is very much in his wheelhouse. And I'm questioning now my relationship with Shiva Kailash Shambho, and if I can actually continue to keep platforming him and working with him with some of these recent things that have come to light recently, as the past day and the past week. And I'm sure that there are young women that can attest to the invitations that have taken place in a public Discord to see their face, their age, and to invite them to be intimately involved with him from a position of superiority.
let this be stated to the court and to the case and to the full-time records that as men, you here watching me, you need to stay away from women at all costs. Because they will ruin you, they will destroy your lives. Nothing ruins and destroys your life like a woman. And also money will ruin and destroy your life. So these two things you better stay away from. Unless it's a absolute 100% certainty that
I'd
there's
just
some
like to
girl.
submit something to the record. I'd like to bring attention to the shamelessness of Shiva Kailash Shambho. I'd also like to bring attention to the record for any women that may consider to donate to this man, especially young men who are the children of women. The vile redirection of these very real, not accusations, but public record of his activities towards women, and then bringing the blame to women that men should stay away from women. I think that this is a real breaking point for me, and I'm going to actually have to step back and consider if I can continue being on this live stream with you, Shiva, unless I hear something that's really up to pale, up to snuff in terms of
Mhm.
what is the direction of this activity, Shiva Kailash Shambho? What are you doing here? Is this just something for you to get off on $5 donations from men with beards and big fat bellies, and somehow that's going to pay for your rent for the rest of your life? I mean, what's really going on here?
What's really going on here is that I have been celibate for the last 2 years, and sometimes the intense of hormone raging desires get strong. And naturally, when things happen, the external objects are very enticing, and one chooses to go towards that direction.
So you are not in control of yourself.
I'm in control of myself, but sometimes when you get hungry and you see food, okay, you go towards the food, you chase the food.
Well, uh, Your Honor, dear court, dear community, I certainly rest my case, and if it wasn't for this charlatans and this kind of just pale, empty shell of a social media seeker, um, I feel that we could move on. But it seems like he has nothing to offer. He has nothing to say except to express his shamelessness and his wish to continue, continue taking advantage, continue enjoying, continue bathing in the attention. I'd bring attention to a recent short that Shiva Kailash Shambho has posted of himself doing a handstand, trying to attract women, trying to attract female donors, trying to present himself as some kind of fit man. I can tell you for myself that I've spent time with him. He's a small man, he's a small statured man, he's not impressive physically. And his complex about his size, I don't know where this comes from, but if you knew him, if you know him, you will imagine him in your mind as 5'5", 5'6". He's a small man energetically, and I hope the best for him and his life. I consider him to be a brother and somebody I care about, but there's some things that I can't support, frankly, and I hope that there will be a change in dynamics. I don't think that spending time with Adi Asaya is good for you. I don't think that it's benefiting you. And I'd say that as soon as you can get your ticket, Shiva, to India, to Coimbatore, you should do that as soon as possible, because I'm just not seeing, it seems that the environment that you're in is not conducive to deep reflection, deep meditation, and deep development. I won't bring up too much information about this, but Shiva Kailash Shambho and his little friend Adi Asaya came to Vietnam with nothing to do. They came here following my trail of energy unconsciously, and they kind of think that they just came up with it. They're really disassociated characters. uh, they chose to leave Ho Chi Minh City directly before a major meditation retreat was taking place, before a literal saint was coming into the area arbitrarily to go and stay in a condo together and do God knows what. And so I would just invite once again all donors, all supporters of Shiva Kailash Shambho and his work to reconsider this intention to give, to redirect that intention to give, and to really support this guy with your stepping back from support, because I think that the more realistic that this guy's life becomes, the more he's going to go towards spirituality. He doesn't have a millionaire father. I don't want to get into the details about his family, especially his family history. He's asked me not to talk about that. But I really would like to invite the community to rescind all support, all donations, all memberships from here on out to Shiva Kailash Shambho. And I would hope, and Shiva, I'm only doing this for your own good. I would hope that this will bring about a sincere change in your life and in your mentality.
Wow. That is something for sure. So I would like to submit to the court my something here. I'm gonna paste it on my like to submit to the court comments. And yeah, one should be wise with their actions. One should be responsible and do
Yeah.
the right thing and not do the wrong thing.
So we would like to invite comments and questions from anyone and everyone here in the live stream. Someone said, "Gross dropping your PayPal. You don't know the half of it. You should have seen this guy before he came to Vietnam because a number of the people that know him and are involved with him came together as a community and staged an intervention because of how dark and twisted his mind was becoming. And I hope that this can be a second intervention for Shiva Kailash Shambho here in Vietnam. And I know this hurts, Shiva, and I know you may be feeling a kind of aggression and a wish to harm me and a wish to harm my life. But I want you to know that that wish is only your own, and it's only a mirror of the way that you're harming yourself by not taking this more seriously.
And there's a nice, beautiful lady here commenting on my YouTube live stream about my eyes and the color of my eyes and how pretty my eyes are. What you need to do is book a plane ticket here to Da Nang, Vietnam, and come on a date with me. Walk by the beach, be very romantic, and we'll listen to Dr. Rob's wisdom on how men and women should interact. We would like to extend this opportunity for you to join us on Discord. If you have something to say verbally, we'll give you a platform. We'll continue this live stream, but we want to hear your thoughts. If you want to challenge us, I'll send the Discord link right now. I'll join the.
The wonderful thing about Shiva is that when it comes to anything to do with personal profit and fame and social value for himself, everything's us. The moment that Dr. Rob reaches out and says, "Where's my fucking rent money that you owe me?" Shiva is somehow blind, deaf, and dumb and has no idea what's going on, and the notion of money escapes him entirely.
Mexi Honey says she's a lesbian. That is so unfortunate for me. I wish that would change. Maybe that could change. One can hope. So let's extend the opportunity for you to ask me questions, ask us questions, because we're here a team, a duo. And so let me paste the Discord link down below for all of you to join. And we'll see what we can make happen. Here's the Discord link. I will be in the voice chat, and you have the opportunity to speak your questions live. So let's wait for somebody to join, and let's see what they have to say about this whole experience of this live stream and the expose and the exposure therapy that Dr. Rob just put me through. It's absolutely
It's
unbelievable.
vital for your development. For those who don't know, I am Shiva's primary teacher currently. And all that I can say is that I'm ashamed, I'm disappointed, and at every turn, he seems to be dipping his mind back in the toilet of inceldom, of Republican. I can tell you for myself that when I was in my home and trying to rest and trying to meditate, I would oftentimes hear Shiva Kailash Shambho listening to ultra right, alt right, white men talking about black people, talking about politics. Shiva is, of course, Canadian, so he has nothing to do with American politics. And yet, the hunger in him for darkness is so strong that he has been listening. And I'm sure that Adi can attest to this as well. Alt right commentators, alt right talking heads. And I'd like everyone to bring him to terms.
Accusations are true. I am a Republican if I were to be anything, and that seems to be most sensible. We're still waiting for someone to join us on Discord and to have a conversation with us live and to hear what the viewers have to say. So we'll give it a few more minutes. And nobody should respect Dr. Rob. Nobody should give him money. Nobody should subscribe to him and pay attention to him. He's a fraudster. He's a faker. And he's just after your money, your gold bullion. Stay away from him at all costs. But one should stay away from women as well. Until a woman wants to be with you, you don't go chasing women. That's a lesson that I had to learn the hard way.
Shiva, can you tell us about how you used to be a pickup artist? This
Hello.
situation that Shiva Kailash Shambho is in is directly related to his small stature as a man, fundamentally. And his coping mechanisms for that has been aggression towards women, alt right mentality, incel mentality. If I spoke about some of the things that Shiva Kailash has told me personally in regards to women, in regards to the type of women that he's interested in, and Adi Asaya can also attest to this. I don't think that we'd be able to move forward in this live stream because I think it'd be too much to take. What I want to say is that there is a darkness in Shiva Kailash Shambho pulling him back to being a pickup artist, pulling him back to having these twisted views about women. And the work that he needs to do in Isha Foundation is of the utmost importance. And I hope that he will find his way there very, very soon for all of our benefit.
Just for the records, and the court wishes to clarify something. What is meant by women, twisted views on women? What are some of those twisted women views?
I'd rather not soil my tongue by speaking the words that you've spoken. But I
Well,
think everybody here gets the point.
the court does not accept that or submit that. That is he say she say without evidence, credible evidence. No evidence can be submitted this time.
I'd like to invite Adi Asaya to the witness stage.
Okay, gentlemen on the Discord, tell us what questions you have or what do you have to say.
You go first, okay? You guys go first. Um, yeah, first of all, anyone who's listening to this and giving these people money, please just stop it. It's insane. I should define it. Shiva, you like one of these passport bros? Is that how you would define yourself?
Yeah, basically, yes. That's basically what he is. That's basically what he is, yes.
Yes.
Can you please
Well, did you see my
there
it's pretty cool.
a huge echo? First, learn how to live stream properly without whatever you're doing.
What are you doing? Me?
He's starting to get befuddled because he's in over his head and he thought this live stream was going to go a different way. He thought that Dr. Ra was going to be wearing a funny hat and putting on makeup today. He didn't expect to be face to face with a man like you, Boone. So I'm looking forward to hear your conversation with Shiva Kailash Shambho, and I hope that he won't be able to pretend away this conversation. And you're because I can see you're a real man, and I'd love to hear the conversation with him.
Dude, first of all, like, I know he's attacking you about your height and shit like that, and there's a lot of shit that happens to us as men in life that is really unfair and really difficult. And as men, we don't really have the space to talk about it or to kind of deal with a lot of the stuff we go through as men. So I just want to come to you from a point of sympathy and empathy that I know that life is pretty hectic out there. And I am in no means a right wing sympathizer or empathizer. I do not support pedophiles or racists or fascists or any of that nonsense. And yeah, dude, I just think you need to really sort your life out, bro. I think like exploiting people for money, it's quite an interesting journey you're on at the moment, living there in Vietnam. But dude, like drop all the bullshit, drop the right wing crap, dude. Why do you need to hate on women? Why do you need to like take advantage of younger women? Don't you think you can do better in life?
Shiva, please.
I've been celibate for 3 years, and I don't take advantage of anybody, let alone women.
I think.
And neither do I hate women. I don't know where this comes from. So I love women. I love all human beings. I love animals. I don't eat animals, unlike you. And you should take your own wisdom and insight and not be prejudiced towards animals, the ones that you abuse and
Come
eat.
on, Shiva, deep down. Deep down, you want to have you and Ocho. You and Ocho. You want to have a sex cult. You want to have a sex cult, don't you, Shiva?
Thank you. These are the members of Shiva Kailash's Shambho community. These are the people who know Shiva Kailash Shambho directly, who've spent time listening and watching to him. And we need to have these conversations. We need to have these conversations. And I'm so happy because Shiva really incited this by the recent events. Some people aren't aware of what recently happened. Shiva was doing a live stream begging for donations as he usually is, unabashedly. And you can see on his face that this is a real experience for him. This is his authentic, oh shit, I fucked up face. And he was on the live stream and you could hear him multiple times say, I see a young Vietnamese, I don't know if he said girl or woman, I don't know what he said. I want to make her sit on my lap. And he said it multiple times over a long period of time. And I think that this is something to actually have a conversation about because Vietnamese women tend to look very young, and he specifically said a young woman. So Shiva, let these members of your community speak, and let's have a real conversation about the values that you uphold when you're having private conversations with other people, and then sometimes that leaks
First
out
of
onto the
all,
live stream.
you
Don't get
can't make
defensive.
things
This
up,
is
you
not
can't
an attack
lie.
on you. This is an attack on these ways of being.
You can't make things up, you can't
I
lie.
think that's precisely correct, and I believe that he needs to actually answer for the things that he has been accused of.
The things that I said are recorded on camera, and
Why
you're
is
one
this a surprise to
of
anybody?
the members of the
Unlike
videos.
Republicans
You're
famous
what?
for being pedos and like MAGA people.
Republicans, dude, you gotta stop thinking Republican, Democrat. You gotta start thinking elites. The elites are pedophiles.
Yeah, yeah. MAGA.
Shiva, we need to shut that guy down. That guy's a bad actor.
Both
That guy's a bad actor, Shiva.
talking about the elites. Someone's echoing.
Shiva, do you want to start a sex cult?
Shiva.
You want to start a sex cult? Shiva.
I'm not in any cult. I'm not in any sex. I'm not in any sex cult.
Can anyone else hear him talk? I think he's on mute.
He is on mute.
Yeah.
You can hear him talk in the live stream, but please, if you can, this man Boone said many things to you, Shiva.
To women, to people, to animals, to all life. Everybody wants to be happy. Nobody wants to feel pain. So
Put your mic on, Clown.
don't
How old
abuse
are you,
women,
dude?
don't abuse men, don't abuse anybody. May all beings be happy.
I'm asking if you want to start one. Do you want to start a sex cult?
If I wanted to start one, I would start one. I will come to California, Maxi, if you change your ways. You change your views. Then I'll be there first thing tomorrow.
How old is Shiva?
Shiva's 33 years old. He's way beyond the time to be catcalling women. Can you imagine being a 33-year-old man that can barely afford a roof over his head, that's sleeping on other people's couches, and when they reach out and say, "Hey, you know, I'm not you're not talking to Mark Zuckerberg here," and he says, "I don't believe in money." All the while, every chance he gets, he's begging for money on his live streams. And he's harassing women in Vietnam. I had you at my home, Shiva. I opened the door of Vietnam to you, and this is the way that you repay me?
I don't know what to tell you.
Did you or did you not harass a woman in the streets of Da Nang, Vietnam?
No, I did not.
So what happened then? What did you say? What happened?
What happened is you go on my members only YouTube video, you subscribe, and you watch it back. You play it back. It's there for everybody to see.
Is this a joke to you, Shiva?
This is a joke to me, yes.
Well, maybe it's about time that we show this guy that we are not joking.
Anybody here is going to come to my defense on Discord? What do you guys think?
What is there to defend?
Your actions are indefensible, Shiva, and you don't even know how to explain them away in this circumstance because you know that they're wrong. But there's underlying values you hold about women.
Which values those?
The values of how women should be virgins, and you need an 18-year-old wife, and you're, as long as it's legal, it's okay with you.
Those are your
And
words.
you covering up those values. Bring in Adiasaya, bring in Max. Where's Max? Max can attest to these. You put out a video, you published a video specifically about how women should be virgins for men. Did you not?
They shouldn't be virgins. That's what my preference is for me personally.
That's creepy.
So we have a 33-year-old man that live streams by the beach, solicits women to sit on his lap, young Vietnamese women, and then says, "I prefer virgins." You can't be serious,
What is
Shiva.
wrong with that,
Even
buddy?
I have
What
to
is
draw a
wrong with that?
line. Even
What is
I
wrong
have
with
to
that?
draw a line, Shiva. You want virgins? What does that mean?
Am I supposed to apologize for that? An adult, healthy, mentally sane woman in her 20s, in her 30s, whatever, that has a low body count, ideally 0. I'm not going to
Means he's got a
apologize for
small
that.
dick
That's
and he
very
doesn't know how to
sensitive.
treasure a woman.
What?
Let's not get into ad hominem, but this is really something that's going to put this is something that's going to put a beak in your gears, Shiva, and this is an intervention. You want people to donate you, you want women to donate you want middle-aged women to support you, don't you? Well, when they hear that you're looking for a virgin wife, they might take a step back and say, "Hey, what's Dr. Rob teaching about?"
Not a virgin wife? 20 body counts or 100 body counts? That's what you're teaching, right?
Yeah, and I'm not trying.
And so this is what comes out when you push this guy into a corner. This is the real values that he espouses, and that bring him to be sitting by the beach soliciting money from anybody who will come across him, and then harassing a woman on the streets of Vietnam.
Nobody's harassing any woman.
You psychically harassed her. You psychically
Oh my
sexualized
God.
her, and you psychically tried to invoke her. And so I just was watching a video with Sadhguru, and look, that his face, he actually tries to do those kinds of things, which is the worst of it all. I was just watching a short from Sadhguru talking about trying to heal somebody, trying to use that energy work is the worst karma that you can make. And yet he's trying to psychically elicit women, young women in Vietnam, to sit on his lap at the ocean. For what purpose?
You don't know what purpose men and women get
I
together.
feel there's no other way for me to interpret his
Birds and bees lesson.
than genuine
I want everybody to keep in mind this is somebody I considered as my friend.
Echo.
We're gonna be hearing you guys from my laptop. So I don't know. Dr. Rob has a problem with dating, and yeah, you go and date people and be happy, and yeah. But Dr. Rob is a liberal, and I'm here. Yeah, you guys can hear me now. So yeah.
This is truly beyond the pale, Shiva, Kailash, Shambho. And I don't know if you can feel it, but I can feel your bank account getting smaller and smaller. You messed up a little bit today. You thought this was going to be Dr. Rob exploitation hour, and it turned out to be Shiva, Kailash, Shambho actually being exposed. And nobody wants to be exposed, but it's good for us. It's good for you. And I know that for myself as well.
What are you gonna expose me as? That I want to date beautiful, attractive women in their 20s and 30s that have a low body count?
Out of respect for women and
Me too.
females, I'm not going to take this conversation further with you because it's
Okay,
pretty
somebody has a
dark
good
stuff.
question on
It's
this
pretty
one.
dark stuff, isn't it?
Anyway,
It's about the version thing, dude. That is serious small dick incel energy, bro.
are you sure about that?
Like, you seriously can't tell me that you can't get a girl your age in your own city, that you have to travel halfway around the world to try and find an underage girl.
Really? Underage girl? Who's trying to date underage girls? You pedo? Nobody's trying to do that. Maybe you're trying to do that. That's you should go to prison. You're a what?
All that shit, bro.
I'm not a MAGA guy. I'm from Canada. So keep your words to yourself before you assume your way into oblivion. And you should be respectful to women.
You must be laughing about them every day.
Listen, Kangaroo Jack, you should go and fight kangaroos wherever you are instead of making assumptions and making an ass out of yourself. Listen, Australian, you go back down under and you go take a swim in the ocean. Cool yourself off, okay?
You removed him from the call, didn't you?
Absolutely.
If you know my name, I expect you to support my work. Don't just say Rob. Don't just say what's Rob smoking. If you know who I am, the least you could do is show me a little bit of support. No such thing as a free lunch, everybody. Now I'm doing my side of the work to expose people, even people that I consider it as friends. You need to do your side of the work as well.
So I'm gonna go on a date with Mexi, and that's about it. And this guy said that you should date women your age. Yeah. So if you're 40 years old, you should date a woman that's 40, that's been through 3 divorces. Perfectly fine.
Listen to him. Listen to him. Listen to his voice. Listen to the positions that he's espousing.
Nature. Let's listen to nature that a woman's biological clock is not eternal. Hello.
Okay, so when does a woman's biological clock start? How young is too young, Shiva, for you?
Well, that's let's ask when is the clock ending, because that's what we care about. When does a woman's biological clock end?
This is getting to the point where I'm going to have to turn off this live stream, Shiva, because I don't know why you're not you know how I started my morning, Shiva? I can't imagine how I know you stunk when you woke up. When I started my morning, I sat down and I spent time with Sadhguru. I spent time with my community listening to subtle sounds from Sadhguru and meditation masters from around the world. What did you do? Wake up and turn on the latest Nick Fuentes video? I'm sorry that it's getting this deep, but I'm not going to have you come here and speak about women in this way. I'm not going to stand for that, Shiva.
I like women. I love women. Women should be respected, and equal opportunities for all, and may all beings be happy.
Comment from Beneses hearing about this harassment of women at the beach in Vietnam. They said, you might not know, Shiva, but some people have ways to determine where some people live. Exactly. So be careful, man. Be careful with these views that you are espousing. You know what I would do in this situation? I'd turn this towards the Dhamma. I'd turn this towards mindfulness and detachment. I'd turn this towards abandoning my own views, my own strongly held views about women. This is crazy, Shiva. This is beyond the pale, man. You got to clean this stuff up. $100 is 135 Canadian dollars. So you send me my 35 Canadian dollars, Shiva. You got profit on your mind, don't you? Hey everybody, Dr. Rob donated me $100 because I was trying to help you have a breakthrough moment. 35 in the bank, right? 35 Canadian buckaroos for maple syrup, right? You thought you were going to get that over on everybody, right?
No.
Dr. Rob donated $100 Canadian. Here you go. No, I donated you $100 US. Okay? So
You,
where's that $35 going, Shiva?
it's going to
Another Airbnb, another night in the Airbnb so that you can sit by the beach and psychically harass Vietnamese women?
No. I love women.
Well, it didn't go to Sadhguru, did it?
Yes, it did. I went to YouTube.
No, it did not
yeah.
go to Sadhguru. I saw your little YouTube short. I'm donating 100 Canadian dollars to Sadhguru. But that's not what I sent you, is it? I sent you 100 US dollars. So make another short. Make another short. I'm donating 35 Canadian dollars to Sadhguru.
Okay. If you wish.
Let me tell you something right now, here and now, Shiva. Generosity is more valuable than money. Dropping your views is more important than holding on to your views. Where do you think this incel are you taking refuge in Isha Foundation or are you taking refuge in the Incel Foundation? You got to make a choice, man. Not even to speak about how delusional you and Adhyasaya are in having any kind of success on your YouTube channels, which is never going to happen for sure. And every little thing that you do, you're dumbfounded by how little success you have in doing it financially, right? You're going to have to make a choice because Adhyasaya is going to go back to his millionaire father in California and stock shelves and make $100,000 a year. You're not going to do that. So you need to really figure out that these bareback, big-bellied, harried, gay or not gay, it's not clear men who are sending you $5 and $2, okay, that they're not actually going to support your life. And it doesn't matter how much of an incel that you prop up those views, that is not going to support your livelihood, man. You got to choose. Is it Isha Foundation or is it Incel Foundation? Which one are you going to choose? Because John Carroll's belly and beard is not going to take care of your Airbnbs for the rest of your life. I can tell you that right now. And if you knew this guy's mind in the way that I knew this guy's mind, nobody would be here. This man has failed at every single thing that he's tried. And every time people step up and try to help this guy out because he has a good heart, because he has a light in him, and every single time he spits in their faces, and they still come back and try to wake this guy up from his dream.
Hmm.
Is it Sadhguru or is it Kyle Rittenhouse? Is it Sadhguru or is it Donald Trump? Is it Sadhguru or is it Nick Fuentes? You're going to have to make a choice. I've made mine.
Thank you, Lizard.
Nowhere to hide. You have nowhere to hide, Shiva. You don't even know the Dhamma well enough to transition into the Dhamma from this exposure. Say it. Say you're ashamed of yourself.
I will not say it.
Say you're sorry for harassing that woman multiple times, repeatedly, over a 30-minute period, over an hour. I left and came back, and that guy was still saying, I want that Vietnamese woman to sit on my lap. Are you kidding me, Shiva? And this is the biggest issue that this guy's come across. And that's why you have to be very careful with supporting this guy in any meaningful way, because when he comes up, that's when the incel stuff comes out. That's when his ego comes out.
Yeah. I need a woman. I need a wife to sit by my side. These things won't fly with her being here, without her. If I had a woman here, this would not be the same conversation. This would be a different conversation. So if you're a woman in your 20s and 30s and you're a low body count or a virgin, come on down. We'll take a low body count, okay? Come on.
Adi has very bad energy. Very dark energy. What's it called? Tulsi energy or Chinha energy, right? There's light and there's dark energy. Okay, Adi has very dark energy. Adi feeds the incel Shiva wants to be with Adi, needs Adi, needs to be with someone like that. The Isha Shiva, he knows that Adi is sick. You should be ashamed of yourself, and you are, Shiva, but you're not aware enough to recognize that. I have a responsibility to my community. And unless you're ready to take this somewhere deeper and somewhere more real, I'm going to have to go.
I am taking it real. Don't go. Stay here. You're just not as spiritual as I am.
I hurt my heart. I injured my heart the other day.
That's what drugs will do to you. And
It's
eating
not
meat.
the drugs. It's not the drugs. It was the expression.
It's a meat.
No. I'm not taking advice from you, Shiva, about anything. And all the advice and the support that I've given you, you owe me a lot of money.
Stop eating meat. Somebody please get Dr. Rob off my back and get him out of my life. Somebody detach him from me. I can't seem to do it. I need addiction intervention. Somebody
And
please help.
this idea that people are saying this that Shiva they said what you can't see is green shirt guy is blasting the other guy with a constant stream of enlightening energy. This guy was on the beach in Vietnam yesterday harassing women, sexually harassing women to
Alright.
sit on their lap.
What? No. I got a real problem. When I see attractive women in their 20s and 30s, I want to spend time with them. I want to take them on dates. It's a real issue in Dr. Rob's eyes.
Wanting to take a woman on a date is repeatedly saying on a spiritual live stream where you're supposed to be teaching that you want that woman to come and sit on your lap. Harassing young women that join your Discord server, trying to see their faces, trying to invite them to be in an intimate relationship with you while you lay half nude on the couch. He's laughing about it because it's totally true. It's totally real.
That's true. I need to take that back. That's wrong.
Imagine the kind of energetic space that you're cultivating in your community when you're sexually harassing people that come there because they're interested in spirituality, young
Don't be
women.
harassing anybody. Stop making accusations that are false.
That is precisely sexual harassment. Wanting a woman to sit on your lap instead of being curious about the character of her mind.
I'm interested in that too.
Sounds like you're interested in her ass.
Oh my God. How dare you expose me like that? I don't like that. I don't like those things.
These are hard truths.
Those things are not for me.
And the issue with Shiva is that when he's just live streaming and begging for money and losing everything that he builds, which is what his the entire channel, if anybody has followed his channel, is entirely been about that self-sabotage and destroying everything that he's built. Then he's going fine. Then he's Shiva Kailash Shambho, the spiritual teacher. But the moment that he gets any wealth or profit, that's Shiva Kailash Shambho, the incel sex cult wannabe.
Somebody here made a comment saying that you're a simp. And I agree, you are a simp. And don't expose me in front of the camera that I like beautiful women and the figure of a woman's body. But I guess that's not appropriate. And that's okay. I need to let that go, and I will let that go. And there's no reason to comment on women's figures or anything else for that matter. So I let that go now. I renounce it all. Thank you for your donation, by the way. I appreciate that. Judith. And if you want to donate to me to spite Dr. Rob, please do so via Super Chat. Dr. Rob's not a simp, he's an incel. All right. Dr. Rob is good at giving other people advice on things that he thinks they should do, but he doesn't do it his own advice of not abusing animals, for example, practicing nonviolence towards others. Those are serious things. And when somebody makes an off-put comment at some person walking by, how dare they? But he'll go and pay other animals to be killed on his behalf. Absolute hypocrisy at its finest. Absolute no sense, no meditation or wisdom. And where are your 5 moral precepts? Huh? Why aren't you following the teachings of the Buddha, the guy that you have his picture behind you? No response. Because he has no defense. So I think Dr. Rob is hurt about the incel comment. Yeah, let's get Adi into the mix and let's see if Adi can defend himself. Here. Yeah. Join Discord. The Dr. Rob's talking about it.
Toronto Police Service, 52 Division, case number TPS 2017099284K. Booking date June 14th, 2017. Booking time 2:15 a.m. Location of arrest 180 Queen Street West, Toronto, Ontario. Subject identification Shiva Kailash Shambho. Date of birth March 12th, 1985. Gender male. Physical description clothing distressed linen tunic, charcoal gray, heavily frayed at the hem and stained with unidentified oils. Loose fitting cotton trousers, navy, clinched with a hemp cord, no footwear. Incident summary Subject was apprehended following reports of a disturbance in the downtown core. Upon arrival, officers found Shambho in a highly agitated state. The air in the immediate vicinity carried a heavy, cloying scent of charred sandalwood and stale rain, mixing with the sharp, metallic tang of oxidizing copper from a nearby construction site. Officer Antonelli, badge 8832, initiated the stop. Shambho's hands were trembling, his jaw tight enough that the tendons in his neck stood out like guitar strings. He refused to provide a fixed address, claiming the wind is my rafters. Charges PA 4301A, mischief under $5,000. PC 1751A, causing a disturbance. PC 129A, resisting a peace officer.
How dare you? How dare you bring that up? How dare you expose my age of being 36 or born in 1984? Absolutely atrocious behavior. Anyways, Garrett, join!
Screenshot this. Screenshot this. Screenshot this. Arrest and detention record Toronto Police Service 52nd Division, 180 Queen Street West, Toronto. Subject identification Shiva Kailash Shambho. Holding cell B, non communicative.
How do they know that?
Officer in charge MD Luca. MD Luca.
Absolutely. How am I gonna? I'm supposed to be a spiritual man.
Now
Why?
he's pretending. Now he's doing a little show.
Oh no!
Now he's doing a little show to try to minimize the documents
Wow.
that I've just shown.
Why did you do that? That was supposed to be private. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Under $5,000. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, at least I don't abuse animals like Dr. Rob. Preaching about the Buddha's teachings and pays animals to be killed. What kind of a sicko is that? What kind of a hypocrisy is that? Somebody please explain. Somebody please explain. He doesn't have a defense for that. He's immoral and he knows it. Anyways, you want to talk to Adi Asaya and ask him some questions?
He doesn't have anything to say about anything. Bring him in.
Okay, so he'll be on Discord. You join the Discord, he'll be there. Join. The live stream, join.
Shiva, when was the last time you were in Samadhi? When was the last time you experienced Samadhi?
You
You
answer
little punk.
accusations of animal
You
abuse.
little punk. When's the last time you experienced Samadhi, you little spiritual punk?
When I was in a 10-day Vipassana retreat.
That is unfucking believable. I experienced Samadhi this morning, baby.
Did you abuse
You
animals?
are talking to a spiritual kingpin, buddy. You're talking to your spiritual big brother, buddy. I experienced Samadhi this morning. And I left under my own will. He's weak. He's unskillful. He doesn't know how to do the juice. And when he came out of the 10-day Vipassana retreat, he was barely even juiced up. He was barely even juiced up. Dude doesn't even know what juiced up means.
What are
That's
the
real.
There's accusations that you abuse animals. Please comment on those accusations.
I experienced Samadhi this morning live. You want to connect with a spiritual teacher? You got two choices. One choice is to go and listen to a guy talk about the precepts while he's sitting in front of the ocean harassing women and begging for money, or to come and join a live stream where you can experience Samadhi live and hear the real Dharma.
What's good about Samadhi without wisdom when you abuse animals? Animal abuser. What's good about being an animal abuser? If animal abusers can get
Harassing women, Arctic sunflowers, harassing women in the streets is a real life rebel. Are you kidding me? Everybody should be vegan. Okay. A liar, watch the live stream. Watch the live stream with Shiva. Watch his most recent live stream.
It's members only. It's members only. You got to be a member.
And what does this look like? Because this looks like to me an arrest and detention record of Shiva Kailash Shambho, arrested in 2007.
Sorry, I disconnected.
Arresting officer Sergeant Marcella De Luca. Holding cell B. Subject is non-communicative. June 14th, 2017, booking time 2:15 a.m. Location of arrest 180 Queen Street West, Toronto, Ontario. Toronto Police Service, 52nd Division.
Absolutely untrue, unreal. I deny those claims. I deny those accusations. Fake. So Adi does not want to join because he is scared that you're gonna make fun of him. So I shall join him in his room. Adi. Yeah.
Why are people coming at me? Send me a message on Discord. I'll send you my PayPal. Why are people coming at me because I'm pointing out that this guy is talking about having women sit on his lap?
You need to man up. You want to be on the live stream? Dr. Rob wants to talk to you. No? Dr. Rob, he doesn't want to talk to you.
Tell him I won't bully him.
He won't bully you. No. He's too busy scrolling.
Tell him I'm waiting for the next Factorio video.
Okay, Glenn. He's taking it personally.
Why are people coming at me?
Dr. Rob needs to figure his life out. He needs something. He needs help. He's abusing animals. He doesn't know anything about spirituality. He's just an angry man. I think it's his height. That's why he's angry. He's a little bit.
This should be a shut door case. This shouldn't be any possibility of being mirrored back to me.
Go on the beach. Come on. Yeah. Get. I'm going to the beach by myself. So while you're there angry and seething, I'm gonna go cool off in the ocean. What do you think of that? Yeah, you wish. You wish. And all the people that are subscribed to Dr. Rob, they should unsubscribe because he abuses animals and he drinks alcohol and he smokes cigarettes and he lives an unhealthy lifestyle and he's not a person to take refuge in or take inspiration from. Is that true? Tell me that's true.
This is a spiritual channel when I'm here.
But I actually practice spiritual lessons taught by the Buddha where you just talk about it. What about the animals that you abuse and pay to be killed? What about them? Do you hear that silence? That's a him. That's the cogs turning in his brain. He's thinking of how to respond or how to justify it. But he can't do it. I'll give him a few weeks, 2 weeks for him to come up with an answer. The cholesterol is making his brain slow, so it'll take some time. I didn't make the rules. So you're gonna watch me stream live, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Everybody should be vegan.
Yeah, Dr. Rob, what about you?
I should be vegan too.
So what does should mean? What does should? Don't should all over yourself. Why aren't you, huh? What is your excuse now? I'm listening. You see, everything that he's claimed about me up until this point of this live stream, it gets wiped clean because he can't make a good excuse. But that's it. It's over. Credibility is back. My credibility is back. Your credibility goes out the window. 0. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. This is how you do it. This is how a spiritual master does it. He takes it all in for an hour, and then with one clean swipe, it's over.
You think this is a joke?
Well, your reputation, what's going to happen to it is a joke, and what's happening to it currently. I find it quite amusing. Oh, feels good. Feels good to get that off my chest and off my heart. Dr. Rob is, there's something to him. Something nefarious, something illegal. No offense, but you're in the wrong. Why am I in the wrong? Explain logically.
I have my own YouTube channel. This is not my YouTube channel.
He's not even a doctor. Don't even subscribe to him. You should only subscribe to real doctors. Okay. That's very weird.
I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years.
Oh, here we go again. Attachments to things in the past. Not spiritual. Needs teaching. Dr. Rob needs lessons and help. I tried to help him when I was with him. I bought him many vegan meals, but even though I offered me vegan meals, he still was adamant that he wants to abuse animals and eat animals. And a father's loving patience can only last so long. It's time to go swim. It's time to show you what a real beach bum does.
Here, let me make it easier for everybody. This is my donation. This is my PayPal. Consider a significant amount. This link here will take you to my PayPal. Donate to Robert Davis. Now, what's important is that it's a significant amount and that you click make this a monthly donation. You see this here? Make this a monthly donation. Now, you can donate with debit or credit card. That means lines of credit are completely fine. There's no issues at all with lines of credit. Uh, Large credit cards, that's fine. Debit or you can donate directly through your PayPal. This is just the most important button to press. YouTube takes 30%. If you donate through YouTube, it takes 30%. So if you do this, then it will be 30 days. Every month you'll have the opportunity to support. Make this a monthly donation. That's the most important aspect.
And yeah, there's a PayPal link right there, right in the comments. It's pinned. Definitely go and donate there. It's the best place to donate. And support this work. This is a very valuable work that I'm doing to Dr. Rob, guiding him, teaching him, shaping his mind, making him more ethical and more compassionate to animals. And what else?
Arctic sunflowers, that must be an interesting situation because you've been following Shiva since he only had 100 followers, and yet you know that I am a more spiritual, better teacher, more authentic teacher, all of that. You know that I'm a more experienced teacher, even after all those years of following this little character around as he makes a fool of himself. Hey, my grandpa always used to say to me, I'd rather owe it to you than cheat you out of it. You can tell that to the banks, you can tell that to the loan sharks. I see some people online, they got a bunch of credit cards and they seem to be doing just fine.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
No, it's of course it's better to be vegan. If something can be better, it's better to be vegan, it's better to be vegetarian. Of course.
So why aren't you doing it? Where's nobody wants to know your
I
worth.
don't have credit because I had a headache when I was 18 or 19 and I thought I had a brain tumor, so I got early medical bills. And no one ever talked to me about the whole scheme and scam of credit score. So I don't have enough credit score to get credit cards.
No, I'm
Okay.
vegan, not credit.
Well, to your credit, you are vegan. But when those women and when those wealthy people see you sitting by the beach and talking about a woman sitting on your lap, they question if they should really be supporting you at this time. Do you understand that?
No.
And then when you're faced with those not accusations, but claims of fact, and you start to talk about how you want a virgin wife and that's fair for you to want a virgin partner and that you deserve a young wife. I mean, that's people say I can't support this. People with actually who have money in their pocket, they say I won't support this.
So
And rightfully so.
a high body count they will support. Right? You're saying that everybody should be vegan, so why aren't you vegan if everybody should be vegan?
I
What do you,
have many bad habits, not just that one.
so who should take advice from you, a spiritual teacher, if you have bad habits and can't even control your mind and your hands? You can't even control your hands. Your hands are doing things that you can't control.
In fact, I have no habits.
Okay. Way to throw away the responsibility.
Tell that to Sadhguru.
I can't do this with these guys, my friends. I
When
can't.
you speak to me, you speak up to me. You don't speak evenly to me. You don't speak down to me. This is one of this guy's biggest problems. He thinks everybody who's nice to him is his employee or something. He's got a bad case of superiority complex. He's got a bad case of ideas of grandeur, and I wish the best for him, but he's got a lot of learning to do.
Honestly, I can't.
And Chinath, I've made my decision. Get your ticket. You're going to the monastery, buddy. You're going back home to Sri Lanka. You're going to Jetavana, okay? See you later. See you in a couple years, buddy. No more computer, no more air conditioning. It's Jetavana for you, all right?
Yeah.
I've made my decision, Chanath. I'll talk to your father myself.
Can you still hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
He'll be back soon, but until then, this is my channel, and these are my viewers, and these are my donations.
Don't listen to this guy. I don't know how I can continue supporting Dr. Rob and platforming him.
And he will be quiet. He will quiet down. That spiritual power, that spiritual truth is a little quiet voice. Because I'm the one who should be audible, and he's the one who's going to be quiet from now on.
Right. Can you hear me?
You're good. Everybody can hear you, Shiva. You're good. Loud and clear. Go to the beach and sit down, okay? We can hear you just fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay, this is concerning me.
And in the
Please, in the chat.
spiritual realm, this is precisely what happens. If you want to actually develop samadhi, if you want to actually develop a deep and powerful mind, Shiva's voice is going to be like that, a little whisper. My voice is going to be like this, profound, deep, resonant. But most of you don't have what it takes to enter samadhi on a casual day, live, with coffee. That's real. And Shiva's going to learn the hard way that his little trips in Vietnam, his little trips in Vietnam are going to amount to nothing. And he's going to go right back to where he was. Oh, he visited China. He made a little China video. He made his little India video, staying at hostels, Mount Kailash. He's going to go right back down to baby boy Shiva, crawling on hands and knees, and hopefully this time not trying to sneak a knife into Isha Foundation. And he's going to beg them to do the most menial work possible. And they're going to take his phone and they're going to take his status. And he's going to be humbled by real sannyasis, real sannyasins, Shiva. And that's what you need, to be around true Indian people and to drop this whole ego bullshit out the window. You can keep a straight face all you want, but everybody here sees through you.
I don't
We see
know.
through your mentality. We see through your desire for wealth as a spiritual teacher. Are you kidding me? And you expect people to follow you? It's not going to happen. Anyone here who's watching this live stream, even though you're just watching this for entertainment, I invite you to see the state of Shiva Kailash Shambho's Discord server. I would like you to see the state of when Shiva Kailash Shambho calls for help and who shows up. Degenerates, Nick Fuentes Republicans, the alt-right. I am the teacher. I hold the spiritual line. I'm the only person who's doing this kind of work on YouTube today. And yet you all think that I'm going to let some spiritual punk come along and move into my territory and take away my supporters and my followers. It's not going to happen. It will never happen.
I don't think I'll be able to platform Dr. Rob again with his concerning animal abuse of his diet and him unwilling to change his bad habits. Him even not coming to terms with and accepting.
I've got you exactly where I want you, Shiva. And God himself, Shiva himself, has stepped forward and minimized your voice, your position, your ego. I am the resonant speaker and you are the spiritual wannabe. I am the spiritual Chad and you are the spiritual incel.
I refuse to accept that. And you can't even admit admit the fact that you have bad habits. You
I'm a
disassociate
spiritual king and this
by
guy's a
saying
spiritual wannabe.
this is a tripod
I
I'm
am
going
a
to use as a
Chad.
film. Here it is, my friends. This is where the spiritual kingdom is. You see that? That's a beach. And your boy is going to be swimming there very soon. And you know what,
Shiva's
Dr.
going to
Robert?
show us the very place where he harassed a woman psychically and on his live stream said how much he wanted a woman in the street, probably going back to her family and her husband, to sit on his lap.
Members only, members only.
And I wonder what Isha will have to say about that clip. He has a very identifiable face and he's afraid to shave that beard and he's afraid to cut that hair. So I wonder what Isha will say about having somebody like that in their center. You're going to go from harassing Vietnamese women to Indian women, Shiva? I will protect the spiritual. And there goes his hat. This is synchronicity. This is 5D. This is the holosphere. I am currently interacting with the holosphere. You see, it didn't strike his head. It didn't hit his head, but it took his hat right off the top. And Cassia, I
She was a
apologize. I
white
may have
woman.
been
She
too
wasn't a
harsh the
Vietnamese
other
woman.
day. I just
She was a
expect
white
more from
lady.
you, and I want more from you. And I
She was a
feel
Russian lady.
disappointed to see
She was a
you
she was a white lady
in
like
states
Katya.
of undress on Shiva Kailash Shambho's Discord server. But I shouldn't have spoke like that. I apologize.
Katya, personalize your profile picture. The Miami of Asia.
I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I'm definitely spiritual.
You're not spiritual. You have bad habits and you eat animals. And you can't help it. You can't control your hands. How unspiritual does it get? Oh, I can't control my hands. Oh, I gotta smoke. Oh, I gotta drink. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I disagree. I disagree with everything you're saying right now. Please don't make that sound. You're disturbing the women of my community. I'm here to protect you. Dr. Up, stop it.
If you're spiritually tuned in, you can see that this Shiva Kailash Shambho character is in a state of undress and is in a state of submission unto my awareness. He's lost in his thoughts. He's lost in his head. He's lost in his mind, in his ego. He's looking at different things. His eyes are going from one thing to another. He's constantly in a state of objectifying his experience, whereas I am in a state of non-object.
Tell us what
I
you
am
ate.
not objecting to awareness, whereas awareness eludes Shiva Kailash Shambho because of how image centered he is. Look at the way he styles his mustache. Look at the way he wears his hat. Watch the short that he posted of himself doing a handstand. You're not tricking anybody. Your stature is small.
I'm going to trick you.
He's falling into a state of depression. He's uncertain about who he is. He's uncertain about what he's doing. You can see on his face his anxiety about being out in public and live streaming. He's self conscious. He's looking around for affirmation. He's looking for someone to smile at him or someone to give him a sense of approval. He's looking around for someone. Even as the whole ocean opens up before him, he's looking for someone to say that it's okay for him to be there.
How dare you read me like that? How dare you? I didn't give you permission. Absolutely unbearable conduct from you. Unbearable. I'm in samadhi, so okay. Don't disrespect me like that. I'll show you something that Dr. Rob can't do.
And thank you. Return to your nature for your donation.
Return to your nature.
Appreciate
How
it.
dare you? You want to see something Dr. Rob can't do? There's many things Dr. Rob can't do. I'll show you one of them. A very simple one. You want to watch? You want to see it like this? This is something that Dr. Rob can't do. You know what else?
Maybe the real jobless loser is the friends we made along the way. And I will let everyone here know that you will not intimidate me, you will not manipulate me.
How do you like those apples, huh?
Shiva, tell the people how much fear you felt around my spiritual presence.
Like a 2 out of 10.
Excuse me?
A 2 out of 10. What is Dr. Rob doing? This is the kind of behavior that is reprehensible. And I don't support it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Get him out of here. Kick him. Right now, this instance, he's pouring water into the sink. That's the sound that's coming out. Water should be protected and saved and cherished. And let's see what the comments are saying. Wow. If anybody's
This
sensitive,
is what a spiritual kingpin looks like, and this is what a bum on the side of the road nearby an ocean looks like. This guy is a passport bro. He is not in it for real spirituality. He's in it for his stuff, his money, his power, his status. There's a difference between me and him.
I don't know what a passport bro is, but I have a passport and I have a bro. And both those things are true. Yeah, guy is doing reprehensible things on YouTube Live and thinking that it's spiritual. He's a spiritual kingpin. That's correct. I don't think I can hold this much longer. I need to be saved from Dr. Rob. Somebody needs to come and save me. You accept Dr. Rob's crazy wisdom? Well, I don't know what wisdom he has, but definitely he's crazy. Yeah, and what's with the glitter jacket? Talk about materialism and greedy for money. Absolutely unacceptable. Rob is a mean person. I don't think he's a good man. The people are saying it. The people have said it. I didn't say it. And that's just what it is. I had seen Shiva saying women, okay, wisdom is mine, members only. It's a spiritual kingpin jacket handed to him by the high monasteries. Laura says, he thrifted those clothes. I wouldn't doubt that. Chauvinistic Dr. Rob. Yep, chauvinistic. That's a good word. That's a good description or explanation. Nothing better than sunlight. I don't think. See if I can get the mountains behind me. Let's see how I can position this in a way that would be maximum aura. Yeah, we're in paradise, that's for sure. Rob is going to his dealer. Yeah. Dr. Rob can't control his sensual pleasures. Being a monk for 7 years didn't work. He still has so many sensual addictions. And he needs to work. He needs to work. He needs to work on that.
I am Bongji Bezeba. 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 I am Bongji Bezeba.
Absolute disgrace. The Buddha would be proud. Wow. Incredible behavior. Incredible. Now, this is what spirituality is.
I am Bongji Bezeba. 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 I am Bongji Bezeba.
You know what time it is? ACD donates $1.99. Demonic energy, Shiva, ring a bell. Yeah, a bell is needed to get rid of this spiritual energy, this demonic spiritual energy. Absolutely reprehensible. Thank you for your donation. I appreciate that.
I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am in control of my life. I am in control of my identity. I am the overseer. I am the thinker. I am the knower. I am the understander. I am the overseer. I am the controller. I am the thinker. I am the understander. I am the controller. I am the thinker. I am the understander. I am in control of my life.
Tiếp tục là đây là cặp cái này đi đâu nó tạo.
Master Hui Tong said to an assembly, "When you know illusion, you become detached from it without employing expedients. When you detach from illusion, you wake up without any gradual steps. The 1,000 gates and myriad doors of old Shakyamuni Buddha open up all at once at a single knock. Spiritually sharp folks get right up and act on it as soon as they hear it brought up. If you still hesitate, you are heading west, while I am going east." A monk asked Joshu, "I have just entered the community. Please instruct me." Joshu said, "Have you eaten breakfast yet?" "Yes, I have." Joshu said, "Then wash your bowl." The monk was greatly enlightened at this. Yunmen said, "Tell me, was there an instruction or not? If you say there was, then what did Joshu tell him? If you say there wasn't, then why did the monk become enlightened?" Yunfeng Yu said, "Yunmen doesn't know good and bad. Such talk is like drawing legs on a snake." "I disagree. This monk being enlightened in this way goes to hell like an arrow shot." Dehui commented, "Old Yunmen is like a Titan king shoving off the great citadel of all existence and the oceans of afflictions. Ha! Why talk in your sleep?" As for Yunfeng, though he skillfully reaches back and takes out a golden arrow, turns around and draws a horn bow, nevertheless, he misses Yunmen. When Master Luo Shan first became the resident master of a monastery, he went up in the hall to give a speech. As soon as he had gathered up his robe and was about to sit, he said, "Farewell," and immediately got down from the high seat. After a while, he came back and said, "Anyone who doesn't know, come forward." When a monk came forward, as luo as he bowed, Luo Shan said, "Misery yet." When the monk rose from his bows, he said, "I ask the teacher." Luo Shan thereupon shouted him out. A monk asked, "What is the special word?" Luo Shan said, "What are you saying?" After a long while, Luo Shan said, "If you are a superior individual, you will understand everything the moment your foot crosses the threshold. If you make a presentation on meeting, you are still a dullard babbling. This is worthless. Understand? It is not Chan, not Tao, not Buddha, not Dharma. What is it? The precious sword with the spiritual point is always openly present. It can kill, and it can also give life. If you can wield it, then you may wield it. But if you are going to take the field, you have to be capable enough to manage it. Oh my goodness.
Carpentry Prince donates. Thank you for your super chat.
Individual potentials complement each other. Individual phenomena are rootless. They are guest and host to one another. Being as how this is so, studiously avoid fixed assumptions. If you cry like a fox, I roar like a lion. If I cry like a fox, then you roar like a lion. If you roar like a lion, I too roar like a lion. Set out and taken up according to the time, meaning, and expressions are mastered.
Keep your head up. Don't stoop down to Rob's level and resort to mockery. Practice gratitude every day. You'll be all right. Thank you very much, sir. Kindly appreciate your donation. And I will take your advice.
Thus it is said, in meaning is expression, in expression is meaning, but expression is not kept in meaning, and meaning is not kept in expression. If meaning and expression are not equivalent, how do you understand? The meaning can shave the expression can shave the meaning. The interaction of meaning and expression is awesome. If you don't understand meaning and expression, if you don't penetrate fact and theory, then you are just an iron hammerhead with no hole. What the ancients called a common vulgar cleric. Such people are as common as rice and flax, bamboo and reeds. What use are they? In this school, you have to be an individual, with eyes alert, turning freely at a touch. How could this be sought in your terms of purity and pollution? How can ordinary or holy explain it? A meeting of such people, superior individuals, is like a spark struck from flint, fast as the wind, swift eloquence like thunder. If attention is focused immediately, one or half a person will be moved by their words, more than millions. If you lower your head and study Zen, you can never get it. It is said, thus is easy, not thus is hard. Yet it is also said, thus is hard, not thus is easy. How about it? You must pay close attention. To go traveling, you must be perceptive. Don't let anyone trap you by teaching you simply to blank out or to focus on details all the time. What a pain. Once you're locked in stocks, even though innocent, when will you ever get out? This is like a gourd floating on water. Can anyone keep it down? It is ever present, flowing ceaselessly, independent and free. There has never been any doctrine that could encompass it, never any doctrine that could be its equivalent. It immediately appears on stimulus, turns freely on contact, encompassing sound and form. In extension, it flows everywhere, without inhibition, always manifest before the eyes. Did anybody see that? Swarupa Isha Jagadisha Akhilananda Swarupa Isha Mahesha Ananda Swarupa Isha Jagadisha Akhilananda Swarupa Isha Mahesha Ananda Swarupa Isha Jagadisha Akhilananda Swarupa Isha Mahesha Ananda Swarupa Isha Jagadisha Akhilananda Sarupa Isha Mahesha Isha Jagadisha Akhilananda Swarupa Isha Mahesha Brahmananda Swarupa Isha Jagadisha Akhilananda Swarupa Isha Mahesha Brahmananda Swarupa Isha Jagadisha Akhilananda Sarupa Isha Mahesha Lam Vam Ram Yam Ham Alike Ham Yam Ram Vam Lam Lam Vam Ram Yam Ham Alike Ham Yam Ram Vam Lam Lam Vam Ram Yam Ham
I'm reading your comments. I'm reading your
Alike
comments.
Ham Yam Ram Vam Lam Lam Vam Ram Yam Alike Yam
This is a lost spiritual art. You have to watch all the videos to understand. You have to subscribe Oh shit. Whoops. I accidentally hit in this guy. Blood striker. I don't know how to undo that. We're doing it, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing it. We're here. We're alive and happy and healthy. We're spiritual. We're spiritual.
I'm saying that's not modest though.
So if anyone has any real questions, you know, if we have a question, we have to ask a question from a deep place, from a real place. Otherwise, what's the point of asking the question? And if anybody has a real question, I'm happy to do my best to answer that.
Kasia says, I have a relationship with God already. These are my ancestors and angels. Well, I'm the angel. Dr. Rob is something else.
Which is why
Girl got hit in the head for 7 years.
not the point. This is haram.
Dr. Rob, I'm going to go back home. We're going to restart the live stream and then don't take your makeup off. Hoorah!
Okay, in terms of the Alex guy being shot, you have two issues. So one issue is from the left, the kind of execution and the values that we want to hold as a society, as Americans. You know, do we want to be executing people? And another thing from the left is that it's well known that these people are not well trained. They're not former police officers. They're kind of whoever you could get to join this ICE force, they brought them in. So they're undertrained for this, the intensity of this responsibility of protecting our borders. Now, from the side of the right, it's a pretty clear position. You know, if you are carrying a gun and then you fight and resist law enforcement, you shouldn't be surprised to get shot. And there's truth. There's truth in both sides. You know what I mean? So we have to accept that there's truth in both sides. We can't deny that.
Yes, Shelly.
That's one of the things Shiva doesn't understand about me, because he's very weak spiritually and mentally in a lot of ways, and strong in ways too. Is that he thinks I'm some kind of leftist or progressive. No, I just think those alt-right people are losers that he listened to, and they're weak people, and they're not even cool. I mean, they're just cool in terms of being, you know, angry about the world or whatever. If you want to talk about a political Chad, you look at somebody like Hasanabi, a socialist, 6'5", 250 pounds of raw muscle. You don't look at Asmund Gold and fucking Nick Fuentes. I mean, those guys are losers through
Classical
and through.
logical fallacy. Classical
So
logical
if you're
fallacy.
going to have a
Dr.
political
Rob's trying to
cool
charge
guy,
you up.
better be cool, not some loser.
As if what you look like has anything to do with your political rightness. Absolute failure of a logical fallacy.
Oh, shut up, Shiva.
But I wouldn't expect
Just
anything less
stay
from
under
Dr.
that water next time you go under it. What, you can't hold your breath? So listen, this is the thing. There's no real left. There's no real right. It's all statistics and algorithm and propaganda. That's what people need to understand. The American education system, for the majority of people, it doesn't train free thinkers. It doesn't train contemplation. So there's no actual left position or actual right position. It's just a fight to see what propaganda can catch on, because most people are just statistics. So it's a propaganda game at its core. There's not a real right position, a real left position. It's about votes. It's about money. That's it. It's about make people being easily manipulated by their views, what they think are their views. So, like Shiva, for example, he thinks that it's his views about women or about his right to young virgin wives and things like that. It's just nonsense. Those views didn't come from him. He's not individuated enough to determine what his views are. He's just, adopted that view. That's why the true view is the view of no view. And that's why it's so ridiculous and weak of him to kind of be pushed back on his heels to defend virgin wives and things like that, when actually none of that fucking shit matters. He's not a tribal leader. He doesn't have the physical stature to lead anybody, let alone the mental stature to lead anybody.
Ah,
So
physical.
it's a LARP, it's a role play, it's an advertisement. So, for example, him talking about, don't I deserve to have the wife that I want? That's your business. That nobody cares about that. And people who say that they care about that are just looking for justification for them thinking about other people and how they should believe as well. This isn't about what people should believe. Don't
I
believe
believe what
anything.
I believe.
Practice. Sadhguru talks about that. I'm much closer to Sadhguru than this Shiva Kailash Shambho guy is.
What about the
I'm a
animals?
much more serious, and look, his ego is getting out of control. I'm much more serious about Sadhguru, and I have a deeper connection spiritually with Sadhguru than Shiva does. Shiva doesn't even know that you can communicate with Sadhguru spiritually by being open and receptive enough, when Sadhguru specifically talks about that in his talks. And I was sitting down next to Shiva and we were live streaming. And I was telling Shiva, you can communicate with Sadhguru. And Shiva was like, what are you talking
This guy's
about?
crazy. He's crazy. He thinks he can.
let alone bringing
Crazy.
Sadhguru into a communal 5D space. I mean, come on, Shiva.
You're crazy, man.
Dr. Rob, you're talking to Sadhguru Rob. You know who you're talking to.
phone.
I'm exaggerating a little bit,
Absolutely.
but it's good. It's good to have this kind of intimacy. And a lot of people need to understand you don't have anything to say. You're here as a viewer, you're here as an observer, you're here as somebody who can maybe get something from this and be informed by it. You don't have anything to say. And that's one of the manipulation tactics of politics, is convincing everyone that they're in a position to make determinations and discernment. They haven't been trained to have any discernment, and they're not willing to train to have discernment. That your vote matters. Your vote matters as much as you're easily manipulated. That's how much your vote matters.
I like to fly. Wow, look at this pristine ocean calmness, waviness. Pristine ocean waviness. Oh, thank you, Vietnam.
And people don't want to hear this message, because people want the merry-go-round of bullshit to keep going on so that they feel a sense of meaning. So they don't want to hear this. Do you all want to know the real situation about the Kyle Rittenhouse situation? The real truth about it?
No.
You gotta know what this guy is like. Crazy guy.
The waves are coming. Oh, shit.
Do you want to know the truth about it or not?
No.
Okay, the right is correct that if you bring a gun and fight with people that have guns, you're likely to get shot. That's correct. What do you mean say, oh my God? If you bring a gun with you and you fight with people that have guns, you're likely to get shot. I'm not talking about any idealism. I'm not talking about any idealism. Hold on. I'm going to say what the thing about didn't I just say the right? Didn't I just say the right? Why are you already arguing with that? I just said that's the right's position. That's the right's number one talking point, is it not? Is that not the right's number one talking point? What? Get your head out of your ass so we can have a real conversation and talk about the truth of this matter. Are you out of your fucking mind? And the left is correct in that those aren't the values that we want to have in a society. But if you go and bring a gun and you fight with people with guns, you're likely to get shot.
What was he fighting with the officer?
I'm not talking about any of that. There's no real truth about this, you fucks. It's politics. There's no real truth about it. And if you want to be political, then do your political organizing.
This guy's crazier than wild. Completely sane.
Yeah, his name is spelled backwards. That border, right? Dr. Rob.
Born.
I see you. You fucking.
Is Dr. Rob spelled backwards really border?
Close enough.
Anyways, look, that's the other thing that the right has got right. What, you want a country without a border? Who's gonna wash your toilets, leftist scum? Who's gonna wash your toilets, Donald Scum?
It's fucking amazing. Why is it mouth green, dude? Why is his mouth green anyway? This is amazing. I love your hair, Dr. Rob. Dr. Rob, I love your hair and your gold sequins. That shit's hot, man.
And your Buddha poster.
Thanks for interrupting our flat Earth conversation, I guess. You've.
Listen, I want you guys to be the most skillful political activists that you can be in your work. And I hope that you're informed by generosity, and I hope that you're informed by morality in that. But there's no idealism in this world, my friends. There's no absolute right position. If you got a gun, you can shoot it. If you don't, you can't. If you got the money, listen, so I want you to be the best at what you can do.
And then I bought glasses because I needed glasses. Like my glasses are like titanium frames, so they're very light on my face. Focus on this to get space.
That's a normal response.
It's his interruption. That's
What is on your face, my dude?
Time to go home.
What is that green shit?
That's Shrek's cum, dude. Like, it looks like a clown fucking shit on his face.
Yeah,
I
I
had
appreciate the
guys
effort.
for like up blue on the stream or whatever when you would come here.
Yeah, I thought I was crazy. Yeah.
Zoidberg, how do you
There's low tier memes and there's high tier memes. There's people that speak from their heart and there's people that speak from their ass. I can smell the shit. So if you all want to just sit around and let these people stink up this fucking room with low tier memes and the farts that are coming out of their asses, you can do that. But I'm busy.
What's your drug of choice?
Dr. Rob, man, tell us what you're busy doing, homie.
The fact of the matter is that most of the people here only know how to talk out of their assholes. And the rest of the people here are too fixated on smelling farts than to have a real conversation about anything. That's the fact of the matter.
Thanks, Dr. Rob. Tell us how not to be such farce.
Thank you, Dr. Retard.
Another fart, another stinky fart. Let's giggle and sniff it up. You want to know how to not be such retards? Be reflective, be curious, be contemplative, be fucking real. And when you hear people stinking up the place, talking out of their assholes, clearly they're not sincere. Clearly they're not willing to put authenticity into what they say. You say, shut the fuck up, loser. Let's talk about something real. You make any excuse you can. Well, this guy seems crazy. Let's listen to it. Whatever it is.
Dr. Rob, shut the fuck up. Let's talk about something real.
How is that not authentic, Dr. Rob?
What is authentic? Can you define authentic? Yeah, I'm following your playbook, Dr. Rob. Tell me.
Yeah, it's from Dr. Rob.
I like the Mongolian sound effect, to be honest. Dr. Rob's thinking, man. He's trying to like, Dr. Rob, I believe in you, dude. Dr. Rob,
I think he has something to say. I think he has a lot to say.
Let's be real about it. Have you had a single fucking mentor in your life? Have you trained in anything in your life that wasn't about making money? Have you ever spent a single fucking minute, a single fucking hour being in community that wasn't about you getting drunk or making money?
Yes. Yes to all three.
Dr. Rob, you changed my life, man.
You guys are pissing off Dr. Rob. You guys gotta stop.
I'm just trying to tell him, Dr. Rob, you changed my life, bro. You signed my left hand. And also talk about
That's crazy. Don't say things like that, man.
That's what you say in your book.
Don't say things like that, man. Like, come on.
All right, I take the start.
Shiva, what are you doing? You think people are going to give you money because you're walking around the beach?
They're
What's
not?
the play here, man? What's the move? What are you doing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is the move.
He was a Buddhist monk. Ironically, he was a Buddhist monk. Yes. This guy was a scammer at the Buddhist monk that asked for he asked for donations and shit. I remember, dude. I had to tell Doobie this nigga was
Is he
like
the Temple of Hash guy?
Yeah, this guy's too wild for me, man.
he's
If he's trying to be funny, that's one thing. But he's not trying to be funny. He's just fucking. He's a grifter, dude. He's literally just a grifter. What is that green shit, man? That's just suspicious, bro. What is this?
literally that guy. He's just insane.
He dipped his face in plastic, or what is that?
Like we're used to like wild man levels of insane, Saxon levels of insane.
I'm going to go home. We're going to restart the stream and we're going to do some serious numbers. This is Mad Max costume. I like it.
What do you want, Shiva? What do you want from me?
Everything.
Why do you keep messaging me and saying, let's go live, let's go live, let's go live? Every time I check my phone, I find out I have 20 messages from this guy telling me he wants to go live.
Absolutely untrue. Only once or twice. Here's a little public lesson for everybody here that's watching, including you, Dr. Rob.
This is good comic for
I wouldn't be like, yeah, you seem like a monk. Sprinkles on your head.
He would go outside and like do this ritual. Like he would get to what do you call them? The spoons on a steak. The shit that you would use for a soup. Right? You know, like when I pour a soup. And like, yeah, it's hard to describe. Yeah,
I appreciate his humor, but it wasn't funny.
Then you don't appreciate it.
Yeah, it's fine. Do you think it's funny though? I think he's trying to.
It was funny, like maybe for a minute.
For the first time when he came in.
Yeah, not the fucking 250 times.
Yeah. He just wants to go on a rant.
Yeah, so maybe it's not supposed to be funny. Right? Usually comedians are good at their
Trying to cover his eyeballs and disciples. Would you join the Dr. Rob Buddhist monastery though?
I would not. I would not. I would join any monastery.
It's a little too far, not too much for me.
I'd visit, I guess.
True.
Come around.
Tony, tell me, cult leader, weird sound in there. He's doing it. Dr. Rob, yeah.
Dr. Rob, did you lose your faith in Buddha, man?
Yeah, I don't know what he had like a green paint on his face. Yeah, what happened to your face, Dr. Rob? I sent my girl a screenshot of him, of Dr. Rob, and I said, type of niggas in voice chat right now, and she responded. You get evil, and then you have a decentralized form, which kind of reduces that, and government far less effective. And also, it's like really hard to sustain. So, I don't think they're trying to hit the nail on the head. They kind of did not hit the nail. They did. The issue. What's up, Bills? He's back. Let's
Like, Silas, man. Silas from Hannah was
Dr. Guide us.
Silas, like, did you lose your faith in Buddha? Like, what happened?
Yeah, I haven't seen Bills in a while, man. It was good. Guess he goes too sure. Before putting green paint on there, you gotta shave first. That's gonna be no fun. God damn. Somebody should like show me those glasses because they reflect a lot. Actually, let's see something. What did it? What do we got? Is it right? Yeah. Is it daytime for him right now? Where is he? Daytime.
It's daytime for him. He's probably
Looks like he has a tiny ass computer monitor too. A tiny ass.
Yeah, look at the glasses, they're reflecting.
I moved up the leg and to see. Yeah, because he heard it. You don't control your body temperature. I heard like Buddhist monks can do that. Yeah, ancient Egyptian medallions on your forehead, but to get that shit.
I can do it. I can do it to a particular degree, but it involves a lot of screaming.
I got green on your nose. No, you're supposed to howl, right? I've seen it happen. In Tibet, like Buddhist monks, there's like documentary about
Yeah, just don't sing this, right?
I think,
quick. I'm talking about the guys who like control their body temperature. They control their body temperature. It's like inside of it. And scientists like measure their body temperature with.
It would do you guys a lot of good to learn about Buddhism and meditation, to attend a meditation retreat.
I quickly did some photoshopping and created the abstract wallpaper of Dr. Rob.
Please, Dr. Rob, teach me how to sign.
Tiger Wolf. You on the Discord.
If anybody wants to use it, it's yours, man.
I'm gonna be a Bodhisattva, okay? Dr. Rob, I'm gonna be a Bodhisattva. That's amazing.
Yo, really quick. Yo, bro, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, dude, it is 8 degrees outside, dog. Nice.
We need to start talking about some real shit and stop making this a fucking broken ass Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, okay? We need to talk about some fucking real shit. We're real human beings. We can really see each other. We can really hear each other. Let's get fucking real for once.
Sweatpants.
Dr. Rob, please help us with this weather.
Sounds like there's some ice in Minnesota.
No, we're talking about Texas.
Yo, Dr. Rob, bro, does that paint come off easy on your face?
If you guys need to get glasses, get titanium frames, bro. It's so light. They're so fucking light. You can't feel them on your face. It's so good.
Dr. Rob, please help me with my problem.
Dr. Rob, please save. Dr. Rob, please save. Dr.
Yeah,
Rob, you're my own hell.
Dr. Rob, how many drugs have you taken?
Conk out on me now, buddy.
You guys don't know who I am and you don't know what this is about. It's time you better believe it.
That's not true, Competent Prince. That's not true.
Yeah, where do I send the money? Where do I send the money?
He's smiling. Come on, Dr. Stop breaking character. You're breaking character, bro.
Donations can be passed along through Cash App at MonkLife93.
Please, sir, put your divine information in the divine chat so I can see it. I'm standing here, bro. Look at me, I'm a Buddhist monk, and send me your social security number. Please, sir, I'm trying to pay for my blessings.
Given you.
I swear to God, I'll pay for
I don't think I got anything from Buddha like in my entire life. Like Buddha never had anything smart.
Dr. Rob, I'll pay whatever I.
Shiva, somebody just on this Discord, this politics Discord I'm in, somebody just posted your Shiva Kailash website. So maybe they know about you.
That's good. Buy some spiritual stuff. You'll love it. Buy some Rudraksha. Kasya, that's the next step for you, is to buy a consecrated mala beads. Shiva's teardrops. Dr. Rob bans a lot of people. I don't know why he does that. Maybe he's insecure. That's probably it. Dr. Rob. I love Dr. Rob. He's a true spiritual friend of mine. Does he need help? Yes.
Or you're not God. You don't understand everything. You don't know everything. So you can pretend to know everything, but you don't. So keep pretending, and maybe somebody will believe you.
Me?
But maybe that's not a good way to live your life.
No way. Time to cross a sketchy street. I did it.
What did you do? You just went to the beach and took a dip. You want an award for that?
It's more than you can do.
Excuse me?
Get it together, buddy. Get it together.
I entered Samadhi this morning, I'll have you know. You little
Yeah.
punk.
Show some proof.
There's a lot more where that's coming from. You can watch the live stream from this morning over at the Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel, and you'll see it if you're spiritually attuned. You'll see when I entered Samadhi.
Anybody can close their eyes and pretend to meditate.
No. You have to, if you only you could see for yourself.
The first states of Samadhi is not some difficult thing to achieve, okay? So, get it together. Seriously, get it together. Shelly, when are you going to join the Discord calls with us? They're coming up. Whoa, what is that? So, what is the inspiration for the outfit or makeup today? What are you trying to? Who is the character? Who are you playing today? Yeah, that's the exact response I was looking for. I knew it was coming. You're good at that. You're good at those. Those sounds are illegal. I don't know what people are thinking of me when they walk by me.
The Vietnamese people love this kind of stuff. They'd be happy to see it. I've been thinking, show your phone to somebody and tell them to say hello. They probably really like it.
Yeah, I'm not looking to get arrested. Yep, I completely agree.
If we talk about like a serious going for a
Everything
relationship
you
or
said.
marriage, then no.
All right. Well,
Dr.
what is
Thank you, Dr. Rob. Who were you talking to earlier, Dr. Rob? He missed you. Oh, he's filming. Yeah, this nigga is filming. I don't know if he's filming us or himself. Dr. Rob, he looked like a night wolf from Mortal Kombat. He only has hair. Wait, but Sparta, by the way, I feel like a lot of girls. Careful on this guy. Actually, it's like he's filming. No, what? Yeah. He has 0 viewers and he's filming. Like a lot of girls.
Yeah. Dr. Rob is a magical creature. I am a mountain. My roots are deep in the earth. I'm singing this song.
This is my life. This is my work. This is my teaching. This is my life. This is my work. This is my teaching. This is my life. This is my work. This is my teaching. This is my life. This is my work. This is my teaching.
And I disagree with that. Oh, Dr. Rob, where did he get his medical degree? That's what I wanted to know. You're scaring the children. So somebody tell us,
Does anyone feel scared?
wildcats love. Wildcats love life. I
It's
feel
not my
scared.
intention to scare anybody.
I get scared when he does these things. Crossing the street in Vietnam is a risky business. Split personality. Does Dr. Rob have a split personality? I can't be mean to Dr. Rob. He's a good guy. Shiva, are you packing heat, homie? The tripod. Hello, hello. Thank you for entertaining me. You are most kindly welcome. I don't know what that's all about, but imagine living in a world where nothing gets stolen. That would be awesome. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, it's a puppy. Scared me a little bit. When its tail wagged, I knew he was legit. So we got to do our Discord call. We got to bring up the heat. We got to bring up the spice. It's not spicy enough. Dr. Rob's,
Maybe you don't have anything to say.
Dr. Rob,
What's
you
so
know
wrong
what?
with that? Maybe you don't have anything to say and you're curious.
Oh, Dr. Rob, Dr.
What's so
Rob.
wrong with that?
You won't own up to your bullshit, keeper. You're already so disrespectful. Buddy, send a super chat if you want your question to be heard. Shiva, is the food clean there?
He doesn't know. He just orders stuff on his little app. He barely ever goes out. And now he's rushing to get back to his little house.
Man, how does this guy know
You don't
everything?
need to be unblocked. Just make a YouTube account. You know how easy it is to make a new YouTube account? Don't overthink it. And why do you want to make a comment anyway?
Just don't go to Dr. Rob's YouTube channel. He bans people, blocks people. It's not even worth it.
Don't go to the YouTube channel Monk Life Meditation.
Exactly. Don't go. And the food
Don't
is
go
good.
over there. Don't subscribe. Don't become a member. I'm very sensitive. That's okay. I have boundaries. That's okay.
Nah, no boundaries. Anything he just doesn't like, he bans. Bad, bad, bad news. So the food is relatively clean. I mean, the hygiene standards everywhere in the world is not ideal, but people go to the bathroom and don't wash their hands after they use the bathroom. How do you expect them to make clean food? That's what life is all about. Have I ever been banned from somewhere? Return to your nature says or asks. Return to your nature. How dare you bring up my PTSD? Absolutely dishonorable. I've been banned from Dr. Rob's house, and you can ask Dr. Rob why.
Well, Pele Siren, what I would say is that and this is going to be true for most people. You're not equipped. You don't have experience to take like ultimate positions about what's spiritual and what's not. You haven't trained, you haven't trained with masters, you haven't developed much practically. You haven't put much practical effort forward outside of your own box of your ego, right? Ego spirituality. So what you're saying there, it contradicts what you just said, Pele Siren, about the ideas aren't real. Yet you seem to think that that idea is real. So it's just nonsense. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've trained with meditation masters directly and intimately all over the world. So, you can go into ad hominem or just say, that's my opinion, that's what I feel. That's fine. But spirituality isn't just some vague thing, it's something very real and very deep. You have to be realistic about that.
Yeah, is it deep enough for you to
And
go?
carpentry prince, that's childism, saying that somebody is childish as an insult is dumb. And
Uh,
it's wrong, and it points to a prejudice against children, as if children aren't wise, compassionate, wonderful, and shouldn't be respected.
True.
We should all aspire to be more childlike. And saying absolutely not monk-like, well, who are you to make a determination about that,
Get it?
right? Just vague positions about, well, this is what I think about monks, and
So
monks
you know,
should be
ask him.
this way, monks should be that way. I lived for monks as a monk for 7 years at monasteries continuously.
Look at this, Dr. Rob.
I am coming for you, Garrett. I know who your father is. I will infiltrate your mind. I will be in your dreams. Have I ever appeared in your dreams, Garrett? Yes or no, right now? He's out of control. We all know that. We all know he's out of control. We know he's out of control. Adol Wolf, it's not for other people to make determinations about that. And right speech only aligns with someone's intentions. So if you ask me what my intentions are, that can be realistic or practical or what have you. But justifying yourself to random people is a fool's errand. It's not good business. And you should drop that entire notion of wanting to or feeling like you need to justify yourself in some way to others.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You should drop that entirely.
Thank you. Next.
Yeah, they're gonna I just googled this, right? The whole fucking
So
thing.
riddle me this, Dr. Rob.
Have a sense of morality, and the AI
Riddle me this.
already stop using good.
If you think spirituality is so deep and it's some deep stuff,
Look at
isn't it deep enough?
Well,
We could,
being a spiritual kingpin is, of course, a funny thing to say, because anyone who would have even any a moniker of spiritual authority, they could only say that in a funny way. So am I a fool? Yeah, I'm definitely a fool. Do I have more practical? And I know that we always take this into an ego thing, but we have to have some degree of like materialism in our discussions, because we're not discussing the Dhamma, we're discussing each other's egos, right? And your position about my ego relates to the practical experience that you're having right now. So if I'm not allowed to bring up my practical experience, it doesn't seem like we'd be able to have a realistic discussion. You know what I mean?
I don't know who you're talking to, but if you're talking to me and you're real spirit,
I'm talking to you, Shiva. Spiritual authority is entirely wisdom and compassion. And wisdom and compassion are not based in a worldly view.
fine. So does that mean that you should stop eating animals and avoid eating animals?
And taking a position of having an interest in talking about wisdom and compassion in the face of adverse or strange and unusual circumstances is at the heart of what's being invited here.
Okay, you just totally dodged my question, but what about
Chanath, you will be sent to Jetavana Monastery in Sri Lanka. You will not have access to technology. You will not have access to air conditioning. You will not be around Canadian people anymore. Is that understood, Chanath? You will be imprisoned in a monastery. You will go through, you will have diarrhea. You will not have access to a cool environment. You will sweat. You have two options, Chanath. You will either be the inaugural person of the Monk Life Meditation Mining Program, or you will go to Jetavana Monastery. At Jetavana Monastery, you will not have access to technology. In the Monk Life Meditation Mining Program, you will be too exhausted and tired to even masturbate, let alone to talk about interesting things that you've picked up along the way. Okay? What is wisdom? Wisdom is compassion. Wisdom is a fundamental absolutist position of, regardless of everything else, wishing for suffering to end for oneself and for all. Compassion is application of wisdom, the ending of suffering. So it's not really two things, and not one thing either. It's not really anything, which is tough to digest when our egos are so involved. So my ego is involved here and there, seemingly, like vaping. You seem to be vaping regularly.
it's very involved. It's very involved. Don't let him fool you. What about the animals, Dr. Rob? Where is your spiritual compassion?
No, no, no. Pain is not suffering. Wisdom and compassion are beyond pain,
What about the pain
before
that the
pain.
animals feel? You
Wisdom and
carved.
compassion are not about particular sensations or particular feelings. They're kind of like all inclusive, all encompassing.
I give up.
Of course, everything is quantum. Yeah.
I am the quantum being, and I am here to tell the truth. I am the quantum agent. I am the quantum being, and I am here to set a line of reality and sincerity that is beyond the pale.
What did they do? Funny as fuck. Oh.
About the animals.
I'm not
What
gonna
about being
ask
vegan?
AI how everything's quantum. I'm gonna ask a fucking robot that.
What are we trying to talk to about right now?
Eddie,
Oh, Dr. Rob.
My advice, Shiva, get your money up, get some real clothes, carry yourself in a way where people would actually be able to respect you and think about supporting you. Otherwise, you better hope that those $2 donations keep coming to spit in the face of Dr. Rob. All right, buddy?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I don't feel really stupid. I feel not particularly intelligent, but I feel aware. I feel not attached to how other people think about me in a general sense, and I feel not particularly attached to how I think about myself in a general sense. Yeah, but that's just kind of the show. This is like spiritual entertainment because he can't teach anything besides how to get people to give him $5 for some to have a group call together, which is fine and good motivation for him to take something seriously. But if you go to my channel, you'll see a lot of sincerity, you'll see a lot of deep dharma, and you'll get a lot of good references for other meditation masters. Yeah, and a great story of that is my time spent with Master Puha Sunim in South Korea. South Korea is a fantastic country. Sorry, I'm flexing on everybody. But South Korea is a beautiful, and I am flexing on you because my time in South Korea, boy, was it sweet and meditative retreats and things like that. As a monk, I was in South Korea as a monk. I wasn't there as a normal person. And South Korean people, they really respect samadhi and the monk's position. And I was pretty skinny when I was there, so it was an incredible time. And we were on this retreat with this real Korean Zen master, not these fake American cultural appropriating fart sniffers and intellectual disassociators. And this guy who was on the retreat with us, a Western guy, nice guy, he asked the master, we were going on a walk, and he asked the master some, like intellectual question. I think he asked like some because the master was saying like, "Hey, oh, I own that temple over there." The masters, talk a lot of shit. Excuse my French or my Korean. And I remember one time he said, "Yeah, actually, because the Korean money is different." So I was like, "Hey, master, in Korean money, I'm a millionaire or something." And he said, "Yeah, I'm a millionaire too, but I seem to have lost my debit card." Because when you're on the retreat, the students and things, they're supporting, they pay by supporting and donating stuff. And anyway, so this guy asked him this real question, right? Like you're asking me this real question, and then the master literally farted and he said, "How's that for your answer?" It's another time, the first time I went on retreat with Zen Master Puaha Sunim, and I am very wealthy. I'll admit that, and maybe I shouldn't brag about that, but I do have an ego, especially when it comes to, I guess, people challenging like my experience or my sincerity or my knowledge about, my practical experience with spirituality, spiritual life. And we were sitting at the dinner table, and the guy asked him this big, complicated question about, well, what if there was a kidnapping and about morality? And the master, I just farted. And the master said, "You're eating donkey shit." And everybody went silent. So it's not about being some bullshit artist and convincing yourself about this and that in terms of thoughts. It's really a transcendental teaching that's beyond the self and beyond ego, beyond story. Samadhi is just like a deep meditation or deep peace, and non-thinking. So it's like, oftentimes when we practice, like if Shiva tries to practice meditation, he's got to listen to Sadhguru and he's got to be like putting on some fake meditation face and he's got to light a bunch of candles and stuff. And he's just sitting there thinking and struggling and thinking about how he's going to tell everybody the moment he has a second of peace about his meditation and stuff. And but they and why do I mess with Shiva? Because I love Shiva, and this is a chance for us to play. That's all. But it's a state where you're not doing that anymore, where you're really absorbed into the meditation. That's what samadhi is. No,
Uh-huh.
it wasn't some random elderly Korean man. He's a Korean Zen master. He's been a monk for 50 years, and he's like a patriarchal lineage Zen master. I'm a big fan of his. I really love him. Not enough for him to be able to save me, but I loved him a lot to spend some time with him. So not falling into self narratives, not falling into narratives of self and other, period. If you're at a meditation center or if you're at a monastery or if you're in community, when we fall into those self other narratives, it actually keeps us from looking at our own intention. Kind of like everybody standing in a circle pointing fingers at each other. He said, she said, etc. The teacher's position is to say, put down your hand and let's sing a song together. And that this makes people want to hurt me or what have you, that's not good, but that's not my intention. I don't want anybody to want to hurt me, but I have a lot of experience in the past of subconsciously, unconsciously wanting to harm myself, you know. So life is disturbing, cunt. That's reality. It's disturbing. Yeah, children dying is disturbing. People in poverty are disturbing. Poor people are disturbing. for a lot of history, a lot of white women would say that black men are disturbing. It doesn't mean anything. It's disturbing. It's just food for your ego, just a justification for your sense of superiority or position of understanding, etc. It's a cop out. Yeah, mentally ill people are disturbing, people, drug addicts are disturbing, people with open wounds are disturbing. Doesn't mean anything. Um, Adapting the holy fool archetype into the internet age by rage baiting people is genius. Well, I mean, that's one way to describe it. I don't really describe it like that. For me, there's not anything special about the way that I'm appearing right now. So, like, other than me having to wash off my face and take off this jacket and take off my clothes that, I wouldn't lay down or rest in these clothes before I take a rest, there's nothing to this. There's a few seconds of me putting paint on my face using a comb to make sure I didn't get paint all over my hands because then I had to wash them, putting on this, putting on that, putting on a wig and coming and sitting down. I mean, this whole fixation on how things appear is problematic to me. And maybe this is a commentary on that or practice of that, but I'm not trying to adopt some holy fool archetype. I don't think I'm particularly holy. Maybe a little bit, I would hope. But also there's something different here with the context that is very, very otherworldly because this context has no biological reference to it. So you hearing my voice and seeing me right now, the body is telling you that you're with me physically in arm's reach. But of course, I'm not physically in arm's reach. So the mind is kind of mind body complex is a little bit frizzle frazzled. You know what I mean? So you can be here right now. Yeah, and also what I'm saying, my explanations and stuff are intellectual farts as well. It's just intellect, just words and phrases. But you being right here now is a conscious choice for you to be here with me. Whereas me being here right now is not a conscious choice for me to be here with you. And then we get into, our moment by moment conscious choices and all that. And that's another interesting thing to go down. But me being here right now and doing this right now has nothing to do with you personally. Where you being right here with me right now is entirely to do with you personally, your choice to be here with me. This isn't about you personally, but factually, we would say that this is about me personally because it's my voice, it's my body, it's my live stream, etc. Yeah, but it's your choice to be here or not. It's not my choice to for you to be here or not. Whereas it is my choice to keep doing what I'm doing that has nothing to do with you. But you're sitting here and watching me and listening to me, and that has nothing to do with me. That's your choice. That's cool. That's cool. And I'm not saying you're not welcome here. I'm just saying to look closely, you know. And you can apply descriptive factors to me, but of course that's not who I am, right? Your thoughts about me are not who I am. So I would feel maybe a little bit offended. I don't really feel that offended by it, but I could feel offended by it being put in this lolcow definition because lolcows are kind of socially inept people that are disconnected from society, haven't had many meaningful, real experiences, have certainly never been like in respected positions and are just, sharing their presence online to vent or to feel connection, etc. Whereas I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've traveled all around the world. I've been respected by Americans and Australians, and I've had people wash my feet.
Whoa.
You know, so and then that's immediately an ego game. That's just my experience. I'm not saying that that's an ego game. That's been what I've experienced. It's like saying me being a Buddhist monk for 7 years is a part of my ego shtick. Well, in some sense it is, but in a more real sense, that's my experience. And if you're talking about me and looking to me, well, why would I not have a position to share my real experience? Judith, are you trying to make me angry by saying that I'm a broken record? Because I do feel maybe a small sense of anger at being called a broken record. In my 7 years of being a monk, I learned about reverence for other people. I learned about the humanness of people. I learned about how different cultures and societies are from what I grew up with and what I've known about. I learned about how generous people can be.
That's pretty good.
I've learned about how kind people can be. I've learned about how life can be sustained through generosity rather than through uh, c- contractual relationships of expectation. Well, rude is a judgment, right? So I don't define myself by if I'm acting rude or treating others poorly. Um, According to even my own definition, I look at my intention now. So like I would ask myself, what is my intention now?
What is your intention now?
I'm not really feeling much right now. More is just a state of awareness and neutrality.
Well, what about going vegan?
What?
What about going vegan?
No, I should go vegan. It's just the conditions are not there to do it.
What do you mean? You can't go outside and eat a banana and tofu?
What?
You can't go outside and eat a banana and tofu?
I'm gonna eat you.
Well, I'm not vegan, but
You're vegan.
I mean, I'm vegan,
You
but
are vegan, right? So it makes sense.
eating me is not vegan. So what conditions, Dr. Rob? You can't go to the grocery store and buy 1,000 different
It's
varieties.
mysterious. It's mysterious, man.
Having second thoughts of your intelligence, questioning your thoughts.
Please, everybody, give me as much help as possible to be a vegan.
Yes. Please, everybody. We can.
Dr.
Now we can actually talk about something real and we can stop the functioning alcoholic mystery meeting where people are farting all the time. All right. Now we can talk about something real.
This is actual fucking. This is actually high level fucking, philosophy.
Yeah, right.
This is like pre-camp though, so I'm not. This is like outside my scope of knowledge a bit.
I am very intrigued, though. Keep going.
You guys need to understand that
No, not you, Mr.
you
Rob.
you guys I have a right to speak as well. I have a right to speak as well. You guys have to understand that taking things from a purely Western philosophical standpoint is colonial. It is taking the position of an oppressor. And I will say again, I just want to say this, and I'll let you respond. I just want to say this. I stand by the position.
Mute him, please.
I stand by the position that in a Discord call such as this, when you have a former Buddhist monk of 7 years, when you have real discussions going on, if someone is deafened and they're live streaming some nonsense, if they're deafened, disconnect them. That is a priority over disconnecting someone that has their video on. What is the importance of having empty slots full of people who aren't even here listening? It doesn't make any sense. I stand by that position and that principle, and I implore that practice to take place. The fact of the matter is that by the conditions of this community, we would much rather sit around in a disassociated, slobbering, political, alcoholic babble than we would to talk about anything real. And we're anti-realness, we're anti-authenticity because we want to keep going by the same old notions of our positions and our values, and our dreaming hot wet dreams are that some Republican or conservative or leftist or somebody who has a standardized bullshit view will come in, and we can see who's going to come up and put on the fanciest voice and talk them down. Fuck that shit. This is fucking real.
Conversation was actually happening, so either shut the fuck up and
a train that has weight on it is not easily derailed. And it turns out that oftentimes these empty fucking trains are always scooting by, derailed by a fucking fart in the wind. And then you get anybody who wants to smell farts come up and says, we were talking about something important. Yeah, the fuck you were talking about something important. This is important.
Agreed.
it was interesting.
And this is more interesting because this is happening now. I want to talk about pre-Kantian law. Do you even know what noumenal fact is? Do you even know what the noumenon is? Of course you don't. Of course you don't. Because you have a colonialist, Western fixated view of philosophy.
He's making a lot of assumptions.
What is a noumenon?
Anyway, yeah.
Google it.
Thank you.
Everybody wants to keep playing this fucking bullshit game of little ego nonsense. Well, ha 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 ha. Why don't we have a real fucking talk as if we're real fucking people? I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've traveled around the entire world. I'm a cultured man.
Just came off of the team, so I'm just.
They don't want the heat.
What is noumenal law?
Yo, what up, motherfuckers?
It'll be interesting.
The noumenon is like reality as it is, basically, is what noumenon means. So there's a phenomenal world, which is like a world of appearances, and then there's a noumenal world, which is the world of reality.
Very interesting.
Judith, are you trying to make me angry? And if so, why are you trying to make me angry? Are you trying to disrespect me? And if so, why are you trying to disrespect me? I mean, you could go to a meditation retreat as well, and they just tell you to sit and focus on your breathing and talk about a broken record.
Someone add to the mango fund, please.
This mango fund little grift that he has going on is just hoping that he can stack up enough $2 donations so that he can pay for his rent at an Airbnb. Okay, just FYI, everybody, mangoes. So that he can spend more money on supporting alt-right content creators.
No. Stop exposing me like that. You don't know what's coming next to you, buddy. You don't know what's coming next. Someone support the mango fund.
I don't hate civilization, and as time goes by, I get more tuned into a kind of a sense of equality about, nothing is absolutely good or bad or right or wrong, and you flow with the punches, right? That's what it's all about.
I didn't even know those really were a thing.
But you gotta understand as well, there's like one guy who's like pre-Kant, and then there's like 20 others post-Kant, and you've got to like.
Just colonialist Western scumbags. Wait a minute, I'm breaking my own rule. They're just talking about what they're talking about. That's all.
Mango fund. Donate to the mango fund, somebody.
Do not donate
Thank you.
to Shiva Kailash Shambho. Do not send him $1.99 donation. And you know what the best thing for my ego is? I just sent this guy $100 yesterday, hoping that he would get smart and send me my fucking rent money that he owes me. Anyways, not to get into that, but this guy, you think you're mocking me by giving him $2? You better multiply that times 50. You better send him $50. You better send him $100. You better send him $200 because I've given him 50 times that amount.
Thank you for adding to the mango fund. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate that. And I get to eat some mangoes.
And all those people who wish, suffering and problems for me in my life, I've got something going on in my heart. I've got a heart issue. So we'll see how that plays out, but there's definitely something going on in my heart. Also, I don't can okay, can someone here explain what is the reason that you think that that like I'm soliciting you by you being here?
Hey, thank you very much.
Like for the people that have this mentality, and the wonderful thing is, because you're feeding this, Shiva knows that this is happening because of me, and so he's going to reach out to me more, and he's going to take refuge in me more, and he's going to look up to me more, because he can't do this work
Randy
by
Mark,
himself. He knows that more people donate when Dr. Rob is in the picture. He knows that. And
Carpenter,
that's why,
thank
if
you.
you all those people donating to him, they think they're mocking me, or they think they're doing this or doing that. Guess what? I'm the one who's getting his messages at 2 a.m. Dr. Rob, can we go live? Can we go live? I'll show you all the messages. I got pages of messages of him messaging me again and again, saying, please, let's go live, man. What are you doing? Let's go live.
It's all about the mangoes and the mango fund. Nothing else
He
matters.
can't troll me because I'm above him in everything that he wants to be successful at.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Carpentry Prince. This is gonna go towards the mango fund.
It's very seemingly.
Oh wow! What is this?
Bonus mangoes.
What is
Oh
this?
wow. Oh wow.
What is this avant garde?
All about the mango
I'm
fund.
gonna bounce.
It's
Nothing else
I
matters. Mangoes all day
It's great
long.
talking
Everything.
with y'all. Hope to see you later.
Morning for breakfast, lunch, and
Bye.
dinner. Snacks and mangoes. No other snack.
Hi.
Mango.
Yo, this guy
And in
who's been hanging
Vietnam,
out like on
you
this
can get a lot of mangoes.
Let's
Also, the
talk about the real issue. Let's talk about ice in Minnesota and what can be done about it.
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you for the mango fund. Wow. These are the most delicious mangoes.
Yeah, but the whole MAGA thing, because of course, if somebody goes to a protest with a gun and is fighting with people with guns, what do you think is going to happen? That's cold hard facts. That's MAGA truth. But the problem with MAGA is that you're basically succubuses to the corporations. And as much as they want to push this ideal of nationalism and protecting our borders, it's really a money game. And for your children, for the society, the last thing we need to do is be empowering more corporations to poison our waters and our lands. And the last person we need as a president of the United States is, somebody who's another billionaire, another part of the billionaire class.
Yeah, Peter
From my
Thiel,
side.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk can afford a lot of mangoes.
What?
Elon Musk can afford a lot of mangoes.
But yeah, I mean, I think this idea that these guys who are super wealthy have some kind of special power or like a right to power is just nonsense. Like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, it's called getting lucky. It's called being at the right place at the right time. You know, I'm not saying they're not good managers or not good with people or sales. And this is a tale as old as America itself. You get these people who are really good at selling things to others, and then they exploit the economy and they create so much waste, you know?
Like Mr. Beast. What do you think of Mr. Beast?
And so Carpentry Prince, I'll go back to that, Shiva. But I spent 7 years as a monk. I've trained at monasteries and meditation centers around the world for years. I've attended countless intensive meditation retreats. So this notion that I don't understand the importance of introspection is ridiculous. I think what you're really saying is that my ego doesn't align with your ego's interpretations of how my ego should think about things. And that's fine, but that I'm not looking to you for advice. I'm not listening to your voice. I'm not looking at your image. I'm not interested to do that. Go ahead, Shiva. What did you say before?
Can you hear me properly? Is my mic bad or something?
It's just my mic is low. The audio is low. It's not. I think it's just on my side.
What do you think of Mr. Beast?
Well, that's the thing as well. Generosity as a tax break. So of course it helps people in small ways, but big generosity is about self-sacrifice. And the more that you self-sacrifice, the more in line your actions can be with wisdom and creating structural institutional changes. But it's great that he's helping people out and doing things. It's just, probably coming from a mostly self-fixated and ignorant place.
Hmm.
So I have a happiness in my life, and I'm serious about spirituality, and I hope to go farther in my spiritual path. But I'm just saying, from where I sit, any practice of me like taking advice from anonymous people whose voice I can't even hear doesn't make any sense to me, because I listen to Dharma talks. I take refuge in meditation masters. I'm not saying that I wouldn't listen to you and what you would have to say, but you'd have to be in some way involved with my life. And it wouldn't be just what you said, but it would be how you said it. So like the tone of your voice. Like when I hear someone's voice, I can see into their mind, right? Like almost immediately when I hear someone's tone of voice, I can say, okay, this is where that person is coming from. Now, that's not absolute. I was still, I can be wrong and I would still be willing to listen. But if someone's just putting text messages about how I'm this kind of person, I'm that kind of person, I cannot take that very seriously. Doesn't mean I'm not listening and receptive and trying to understand your position. I am, but I can't just take that at face value, just what random people say to me.
Did you vote for Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris?
I got a check from Donald Trump. I'm thankful for that.
So in those elections, who did you vote for? Who did you support?
I haven't. I have no. I don't. Maybe I voted for Bernie Sanders, but otherwise, I'm not politically involved in that way.
Okay.
So the Buddha tells this story of if someone comes and offers you a gift, it's your choice to receive that gift or not. So if someone comes with anger, it's my choice whether to receive that anger or not. And so if I don't receive that gift, then the anger is just that person's anger or that person's delusion, etc. I am listening closely, you know, but I can only receive so much when it's just through a text comment. If you wanted to have a call with me or you wanted to talk with me about something, then welcome. But if you just want to berate me, I'm probably not going to be too receptive to people I don't know berating me. And I always invite people to please share the teachers that you follow, share have you done retreats? Have you stayed at a monastery? What teachers do you listen to? All that kind of stuff. Yeah, so listening to talks doesn't really mean anything to for me because I listen to Dharma teachers all the time. So I'd be curious like what teacher you would listen to, like a name or something like that. Yeah, Alan Watts is okay. I've always described him as like a spiritual inviter. So he like invites people to spirituality.
Mm, it's a good one. That's true.
Well, you can't listen to talks from Ramana Maharishi because he doesn't have any audio talks, right? He didn't speak English. Terrence McKenna, not a Terrence McKenna fan. He's more like a spiritual experimenter. So he has like a lot of interesting observations, but not like a Dharma teacher. I wouldn't call him a Dharma teacher.
Yeah. No,
I was activated by Noam Chomsky. I had a Puerto Rican girlfriend when I was 20, no, like 21 or 22, and because I was critiquing Black Lives Matter, and she was like, "Hey, wait a minute, you can't do that." And I was like, "Why?" And she said, "Well, are you a black man? Do you know the black experience? Um, look at what you do know, like this white experience." And it really activated, it made me very clear about that. Like I'm critiquing black people protesting against black oppression when I basically know nothing about black oppression or the experience of being black. And I'm not so much claiming it. The claiming authority is kind of a joke, because how could a random person doing a live stream claim authority for you in your life? What I'm claiming is practical experience and involvement with spirituality. That's all that I'm claiming. And then the interest that you have in me is more like a karmic affinity or a lack of karmic affinity. But I'm not looking for students. I'm not looking for people who take me seriously. I'm not looking to be a commercial success. I have my sangha. I have my teachers. I have my community. I have a lot of directions to go in terms of my spiritual practice.
why don't you want to be a commercial success? That seems like a good thing to do.
It just doesn't inspire me. I don't feel inspired to make videos like that. I feel inspired to open up a space and to have that space be available to people, accessible to people. And then what they make out of that or what they connect with in that is great. And I'm happy to work with people and talk with people. But I have no interest to sell anything to people or convince anybody about some aspect of myself. That's why I joke about spiritual authority, being a Buddhist monk for 7 years. But also, I can't factually, it's not like we can just throw, or that I can just throw that in the bin and say I didn't have all that experience, because, that's a very big part of who I am today. What if being a monk is a lie and all you have learned are lies? I mean, I would say that's true. And that's what the teachings that I follow are about, returning to awareness, returning to non thinking. I don't know if anyone here knows Eckhart Tolle. I'm not a big listener of his. That's somebody I'd probably like to listen to a little bit more, is Eckhart Tolle. But he talks about like, so the question was, how do you know if your like spiritual development or enlightenment is actually real, or if you're just convincing yourself about it? And he said, like one sentence, he said, it's your degree of lack of thought. So I empathize with that a lot. So like me, the way that I look right now, and sure, even the things that people are saying right now and what's happened in my life up to now are not bringing up a great degree of thought for me. Like I'm not thinking a lot in experiencing this. And that's my practice. That's what I'm trying to encourage other people to connect with. I'm not trying to convince you that I'm a spiritual teacher, that you should respect me, because I don't I don't I don't have another way to say this, but I don't care if you respect me or you think I'm a spiritual teacher. Just like I don't care if I respect myself or if I think myself that I'm a spiritual teacher. Why would I care about that? I don't care so much about what I think. My practice is not to care about what I think. That doesn't mean to not be aware. If I think certain things or do certain things, then there's a cause and effect that I can notice. So I move away from certain things, move towards certain things in the scope of my life. So peeing sticky milk, which the name itself is a little bit problematic, says it seems like you are actually thinking way too much. Well, yeah, that's the point. That's the spiritual path. To drop whatever thoughts have arisen and to prevent further thoughts from arising, literally. And that I don't think can be really commercially successful. And yes, I am smoking on that Shiva Kailash Shambho pack, but that's not as real. That's not as important to me as Shiva going to stay at Isha Center. So I don't, he's probably, second thinking, now he's like, oh, the beach is here and I'm getting some donations. Even Dr. Rob gave me a donation. So I could probably swing these Airbnbs. And he knows that it's not easy to just stay at Airbnbs and stuff in India. So maybe I'll second think it. But I would support, I'd be happy to support Shiva to go. And I've talked with him about this, to go and get his secondary initiation at Isha. I want to see, and this is the same thing I feel about, this is the main thing I feel about other people that I develop a relationship with. I want to see you break out of your known capacities. I want to see you be bigger than you can even imagine being yourself. And of course, I want to see that for myself too, but that's like a natural step-by-step process.
Thank you for subscribing. And Isha Yoga Center, is the world's most famous, powerful, spiritual yoga center that exists anywhere in the world. The most energy, the most consecrated spaces, run by the wisest yogi of our time, Sadhguru. In fact, instead of telling you, I'll just show you.
Spiritual materialism, folks, in the flesh. Let's see it, Shiva.
Don't say that. Don't say that. That's off-putting.
That's true. Does
You-
anybody want to? Does anybody want me to take these glasses off so you can see my eyes? So you can see my eyes, feel my prana. We'll take a vote. Who wants me to take the glasses off? Who wants me to keep them on? We say, "Oh my gosh, how much of an ego game that is." Yeah, but that's life. That's what we're to break out from and not be fixated on that and not get lost in that again and again and again. It's not that you're going to press a button and your ego is going to disappear forever. It's learning to dance with life and play with life. What's my intention in saying that? To play.
People are saying off.
Okay, everybody, we're going to count it down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off, baby.
Oh my God. What is that? Put it on quick. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Anyways,
Nobody clipped that.
Someone said, "What's so great about Sadhguru?" Go and listen to Sadhguru. Go and see for yourself. Pure prana, baby. No, I was inspired. I watched Shiva's recent video of him coming to Vietnam and spending time together with me. And not he didn't just come to Vietnam to do that, but and I was seeing myself from an outsider's perspective. And it really inspired me to do more, to give more, and to be more available. Because I just can't imagine seeing myself most of the time from that outside perspective because I'm always tangled up in myself. I'm always tangled up in my ego, my thoughts about myself. So often, not always, but so often.
Yeah. Sadhguru is on YouTube, yes. Ada Wolf says, I learned the whole lore about Dr. Rob via Google's Gemini. Oh my God.
All right. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Let's
Thank you.
hear it. Oh, my phone's about to die. Literally 2%. You just saved. Oh my gosh, the person who's trying to mock me and make up some like story stuff, they don't get what's being said here and they're frustrated and angry and negative and toxic seemingly, or it makes me a little bit angry. They just literally made it so that my phone wouldn't have died while I was live streaming. So thank you. Now, are we going to actually make it to the charger? I don't know. I mean, that's that 1%, literally on 1%. Is that synchronicity or not? Is that synchronicity or not? Is that synchronicity or not? And people ask me about why like I act so crazy or I act so wild cuz this is a crazy impractical situation. The teachings that are on the table here, my life experience, your life experience, just being, connecting by watching this live stream randomly, people are randomly flowing in. Imagine if this was a meditation center that had an open door policy and there were literally hundreds and thousands of people coming in and going out when whatever was taking place and just coming in and making comments and making mean comments and trying to convince other people of things. That's a crazy situation. So, I act a little bit wet and wild. But is that synchronicity or not? Let's check the tab. Let's check the receipt. This is a person who wishes me a lot of harm. They want to convince other people about some story about me and how my identity is. They want me to fail. They want you to not know me. They want you, and by extension, to not know the Dharma. And yet, they're cut at me. That they talked to Gemini and were able to, get this story of controversy. It literally brought my phone the energy to actually continue communicating with the people here. Literally. So thank you, hater. Thank you, enemy.
I don't think Adol Wolf has any bad intentions towards you.
They just want to inform people, right? They want to protect people.
Maybe. Well,
Maybe, yeah. We don't know. How can we know someone's intentions?
And Peely Siren, if you do, then I'll answer your question. If you donate, I'll answer your question happily. Thank you. We have to come to those allegations at some point.
To address the allegations?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Well, You seem to address my allegations without even my.
Okay, so the story is that Bantewar Panyo was running his teacher's monastery in the south of Italy. So he was the abbot. He was the head monk at the monastery. And he was very hopeful about the monastery and basically needs some renovations and was hopeful about staying there for a longer period of time. And so he made a fundraiser to raise $20,000. That was the goal for the monastery. And we raised about $1,000. And we sent that to CLA Kema, who is the head of the. She was so in Tabarwa, Italy. We have two centers. We have one in the north, one in the south. And the one in the south was run by CLA Kema for a while, but then she stepped back. She stepped away from it. And anyway, so it didn't work out, but we sent it to CLA Kema.
So why are people saying that you raised money for, you raised money saying that it's going to go to the monastery, but you actually wanted to pocket it yourself? Was that a-
Because CLA Kema is a little bit of a tough case. So she's anti-vax and some conspiracy theories and things like that. And anyways, so she didn't know that I was doing the fundraiser because she wasn't there in southern Italy. She wasn't particularly involved in that time. And then somebody emailed her and asked her about it, and she didn't know. So she said she didn't know, and then they just went with that to make up that story. But anyways, it doesn't make sense because I was literally running the monastery that I was raising money for. So it doesn't make sense to say no, the person who was responsible didn't know about it because I was the one who was responsible.
So just to be clear, did you ever steal money from monasteries or pocket money for yourself? Uh, pretending to raise money for the monastery, but actually pocketing yourself and benefiting
I
from.
can't answer that question.
Why
Well, I
not?
could answer that question. I could say yes, I could say no. I could say, which one do you want?
The one that's most
But
in.
no, no, of course not. I wouldn't do that. And I was really hopeful about the that I'm still hopeful about the monastery in southern Italy because it's a fantastic, beautiful Mediterranean environment. I tell you, if you want to visit Italy, go straight to rural Italy. Go straight to the south, go straight to rural Italy. Because if you go to like Milan or Rome, I mean, that's a hustle and bustle European city. I actually arrived the first time I went to Italy in like cobblestone roads and like old Italy. It was fantastic.
Mm.
You wake up, you go and get a cappuccino from the shop right across the street, buongiorno, etc. And it's the same mentality about like just this deep confidence about things that you don't have any real experience with, you don't really know anything about. So of course some people are just trolling when they say like this guy was definitely never a monk, that doesn't work that way, etc. But some people actually take those hard positions or present themselves as taking them so that other people will believe that for whatever reason. And you can't really speak authoritatively about things that you don't have a lot of experience and understanding with. You know what I mean? So it's like if you're just focusing on these stories and ideas about people and places and situations that you really don't know anything about from your own experience, your position is just totally untenable. And the reason that I try not to answer questions like that is because to try and defend a non-illusory self is ridiculous. And it's my role as a Dhamma teacher to not get stuck in that kind of stuff. So it's like, do you have experience living in Buddhist monastic community? Do you have experience running a monastery? Do you have experience with Tabarwa? Do you have experience with Sayadaw Ashino Tamatara? You know, um,
Yeah,
And
when
so there's different definitions of truth. There's a worldly definition of truth, and then there's a Dhammic definition of truth. So in the worldly definition of truth, I am a real true person in a real true story. Shiva, Kailash, Shambho is a real true person, a real true story. Everybody here is a real person, and there's a real situation going on here that can be described and created according to words and phrases. In the Dharma, there is only awareness. So the dharmic truth is not about duality. It's not about good and bad. It's not about right and wrong. It's not about this and that. It's not about different objects. It's about an awareness that is beyond, before objects, beyond things. So in the Dharma, maybe some people here have heard about Buddhism. And so there's this teaching on emptiness or a teaching on no thing. So it appears that there's all kinds of different things, but those things are interpenetrative with one another. So you can't have one thing without every other thing. So in this way, the whole notion of things dissolves. Like I said, I have a lot of happiness in my life, and I have a very rich life. I eat good food, tastes good, feels good. I have a lot of nice possessions. I have supporters, I have students, I have people around me that really care about me. I have a very kind of secluded life, so I'm not like in the city. I had to go to the city today to receive a Western Union, and it was it's so fast paced. People are going by on their fast cars. Everybody's looking around. It's a lot of energy. I get to have a lot of privacy in my home. I don't have to worry about money. I don't have to worry about big projects or plans. I get to listen to the Dharma every day. I get to practice meditation every day. I get to work with other people every day. So there's a lot of health and wealth in my life.
yeah, when I first heard those accusations, especially when you're on Reddit and you read Reddit comments, it's very serious. People on Reddit are very serious, and they're saying that you took this money and you ran away and blah blah blah. And to me, it felt very off character. That's like, I know who you are. I know that you practice the Buddha's teachings and you practice morality. So it's an absolutely ridiculous thing. I'm sure it's something that people made up. And but
Well, like I said, the whole story kind of falls apart when I was literally running the monastery. So that's recorded, that's known. My students came to the monastery while I was there. We I was running the monastery. So it's just kind of a whole
yeah.
house of cards that falls very easily and very quickly.
So I'm here. I'm not here to defend Dr. Rob. I'm here just to present the truth or seek the truth.
But it's the same. It's another same thing that people say about you never had a teacher, you were never connected with any organization, you were just kind of going around from place to place wearing robes. When my teacher has been since the first year of me ordaining Sayadaw Ashino Tamatara. I've given Dharma talks at monasteries around the world in that tradition. I've been authorized to teach in meditation retreats and in government approved meditation retreats with my teacher, with my master for years. I've been involved with my teacher for years. And the other silly thing is that all this is documented. Like I was live streaming, I was doing formal videos, formal teachings at every place I went. So it's just like I said, it's a house of cards that falls down so quickly. That's why a lot of people don't care that much about it.
Yeah. And
Just
if you want,
doesn't make any sense.
yeah, if you want to know what the truth is, go and contact the monastery and maybe go do some investigative journaling work.
Nobody who had the capacities and abilities would be interested to do that investigative work because, for one, there's not an audience for it. Nobody cares about this crazy Dr. Rob Bantewar Panyo character. He's irrelevant. And the other thing is, it would just be too much work. You know, Seattle is very busy, and he would teach detachment. He would teach about the Dhamma.
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit. Okay. So Palace Siren 4959 donated, and he has a question with a super chat. He asks, why is Sadhguru worth listening to? So I'll let you answer for that first, Dr. Rob. Why is Sadhguru worth listening to? Is he worth listening to?
Yeah, I think that this is tough. This is a tough situation. His other comment is, I could call Winky Face, but I haven't even gotten the answer I paid for. Seems like it would be a waste of time. So the Sadhguru, I was listening to a talk by Sadhguru where he was talking about this, and some person was asking, we listened to it in the morning Dharma session with my community. Somebody asked this question about what's the best thing to do, the right thing to do, and to have a good life. No, that's not what he asked. Now I'm faltering. 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 But he said, what's the right thing for me to do in my life to be free from all thoughts and not under this umbrella of thinking and story, basically? And Sadhguru said, if that's really a genuine question, walk out the door and go south. And then Sadhguru went on and he said, look, if I would have thought that there was someone out there that could answer my billions of questions, I would have walked to the end of the earth to find it out for myself. And so that is what it takes or what is required to go on this spiritual journey. And nobody can make you be interested. That's why Shiva's astral form appeared in my mind when I saw that whole situation, the super chat, and Shiva knows exactly what I'm talking about. But it's up to you. It's not our job. It's not my job to convince you to be interested in spirituality or to convince you to be interested to watch this live stream. It's my job to share from my heart, from my experience. And that can't be according to your, kind of wavering about your interest in spirituality, because my interest in spirituality is not wavering. It can't waver. I can intensify it, I can relax it, but every day, the core of my identity is this spiritual path and this spiritual practice in community with community. That's why sometimes I can get a little bit defensive or things like that, because I really care about community. And when I feel like people are coming in with this intention to destroy community just for the sake of destroying community, I say, hey, wait a minute. That maybe that's not an intention that I want to platform or that I want to support.
Yeah, so he's saying, Palace Siren is saying, don't need convincing. I'm asking you to share about Sadhguru. So I'll tell you my experience. I've been initiated by him in 2019. He's the most powerful man that I've ever seen in my life, the most spiritually enlightening man. Why should you listen to him? Well, because he has tremendous amounts of wisdom. And you don't have to believe me. You go on YouTube and you check it out for yourself. You go watch any of his videos, any videos to do with well-being for humankind, and you'll benefit. So it's not a religion you have to follow or some beliefs you have to adopt. Just do it. The man is the most enlightened spiritual man walking this planet Earth. So do it.
So it's this kind of situation as well. So this person said, something about, I have the information, I have the documents, I can prove who this person is. That's a different interest. So I don't care about proving who I am because I'm not in that position. I'm not a monk anymore. I'm not taking that responsibility to prove who I am. So people who want to be involved with me, they want to be involved with the Dharma. That's it. And if you want to be involved in who I am, I don't care. I don't want anything to do with that. That's your business. Go and find Reddit posts and do your research and things like that. That's your path. My path is to be concerned with the Dharma. And I love to talk about the Dharma. But we have a problem where this energy, this seeking, this intensity is only applied to the ego, to these ego dynamics, to these people stories, these self other stories. And that has nothing to do with the Dharma. So I don't want anything to do with that. I'm here to support the people who are interested in the Dharma. I'm here to support myself in being interested in the Dharma. I'm here to support my teacher's work and teachers' work in general. And I think that Shiva has a lot of good potential. It's wasted, but he's a young guy. He's just getting his feet wet. And now he's met me, and of course, now everybody's on fire, their heads are on fire. But really, it's just a friendship between me and him. I want to see him practice more. I want to see him experience more and initiate more initiations with Sadhguru and all that kind of stuff. Because I want to feel that too, you know. And then this other thing about, maybe I can't speak about that, but having like a interpersonal conversation or something, don't take this personally. Pelisiran, nothing that I say will ever be personally towards you. I can't see you, I can't hear you, I don't know you in that way. It's to everyone. This is for everyone. This isn't about you personally. And if I address you personally, it's for everyone. It's not for just you. I love it. Someone said, "Why are you still seeking?" Because I love it. But I also, there's desire, there's fear, and I want to love it more. I'm still seeking because I want to love it more. I want to lose myself in love. And there's nothing that compares with the Dharma. Absolutely nothing. The principles, the practices, the freedom, the wisdom, the compassion. It's nothing that compares. Even just spiritual community is fantastic. Being in spiritual community, being connected with spiritual community, as imperfect as it is, will always be better than just me living for myself. When I go out of my room, and sure, I'd like to have a room. Maybe I'd even like to have a house. When I go out of that house, I want to see nature. I want to see people who are concerned with spiritual life. I want to see monks and nuns. I want to see people meditating. I want to see someone that I can go across and talk about the Dharma with them. Now, that's very kind of hippy dippy idealistic, but you might get the drift of that. I don't just want to live for myself. Even now, I don't just want to live for myself. I'm interested to hear about people's positions, but sometimes people are not ready or willing to be upfront, or as upfront as they can be, or they aren't willing to give someone else a fair shake. So, I'm trying to give myself a fair shake and give other people a fair shake as well. But if I'm not allowed to take refuge in the Dharma, then we might have a problem in being in relationship with one another. Just like if me and Shiva want to have a conversation about going somewhere together, if my position and my experience of where I should go or how I feel about it isn't taken into account, well, maybe we won't be able to go somewhere together. That's all.
So, Palace Siren says, yeah, they don't. Maybe you can read the comment.
Well, it is what it is. I see what he said there.
Sadhguru. Just feel the energy. Look at the energy. It's right here.
And it's kind of it comes from a deeper place, like my spiritual path and stuff. It comes from a deeper place. I'm not looking around trying to find spiritual teachers, trying to find the meditation retreat to go to. I just, there's something in my heart, literally. Seems to be a blockage in my heart or something, but that makes me concerned with and interested in my life, not just this moment, but my life, in being connected with spiritual practice and community and conversations and teachings. you know?
Yeah, I have concerns with you putting makeup on your lips because you swallow it and lips absorb. So keep away from the lips and figure out that hard situation. We want to keep you alive for a long time. We want to use you for live streams and squeeze you. So don't do anything weird with the heart. Just keep being healthy and stop smoking.
And I don't want to be right. I'm not saying I want to be right about the things that people say. I'm just saying I'm concerned with the Dharma. That's where I get my rightness. So if we can't talk about what I understand as right, then how are we going to have a conversation about if I'm right or I'm not?
Did you hear
I'm
what I
not
said?
allowed to be concerned with Dharma or something. So that is, that's a little bit too far for me.
I don't know if you heard anything I said. Oh, Dr. Rob.
But a lot of the times we don't really know what we're doing. That's the importance of reflecting. If we really knew what we were doing, and this is what Sadhguru is all about, Pelasiran, we'd be on bliss. We'd be living through bliss. So the program that Sadhguru offers is called inner engineering, and it's all about how to engineer this inner state and situation to create a life of bliss and feeling the way that you want to feel. I already gave you an answer, Mike. You're not it was the clap. Maybe somebody should have said I was huffing paint. We didn't get any of that. That would have been a great way. He's huffing paint. I did do a stint of what is it called? Duster. Anybody here ever done duster before? Why do you say you were a monk? Because I was a monk for 7 years. Did they kick you out of the gang? No. My master doesn't kick anybody out.
Really?
Who's telling you to think about free will,
Because
Why
you're
not think about Free Willy? Maybe Free Willy, maybe the movie Free Willy has the answer to what free will is. We say, come on, that's ridiculous. Maybe it does. Maybe that's what the whole movie is about, is a commentary on the true nature of free will. I don't know. To not be confused about confusion is to be aware of confusion. Yeah. I was driving a car once and I was using Duster and I lost my vision. Yeah. It's a long time back, a while back, not last year. I haven't driven a car in a long time. So Pelosirin, a very powerful antidote to that state of confusion, is also not knowing, not understanding. Being in a state, being in a way of not knowing and not understanding makes us receptive to that which is beyond intellectual understanding, which is what the Dharma is all about. Okay. Megacorp says, I don't treat you as a stupid person, but as a person who cannot admit to his psychological problems. Oh, I definitely have suffering. What do you mean? not an arahat, as far as I know. But in terms of like an ableist or like being diagnosed without consent psychologically from someone else, that's not really in my wheelhouse. And I'm not a big fan of Western psychology anyway. So if I was to be diagnosed by a Western psychiatrist, I wouldn't necessarily give so much thought to that. Are you a psychiatrist? I would love to speak with a highly educated psychologist. A psychiatrist usually just prescribes medication. Um, but it's super expensive to do that. You know, you're going to be paying out the wazoo. That's a birthday gift next year. Next year, January 20th, if you want to set me up with a 1 or 2 hour session with a top of the line Australian psychologist or something, I'd love to sit in that chair and talk with them. All right, here's a question, Shiva, and I'd really like to hear your answer about it. Why don't you join a corporate job? Why don't you see about getting a good job somewhere?
I'm not capable of joining a corporate job.
What?
I'm not capable of joining a corporate job.
If people stop sending you those donations, I bet you will get real capable real quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa, be careful, Shiva. People don't like this. This turns a lot of people off doing this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's a good one.
It's all about spirituality.
Yeah, and Mega Corporate Polska, I'd say I'm not looking to you for help. I'm not looking to you for advice. So giving unsolicited advice is very, very problematic in community. The last thing a good community needs is somebody walking around uh thinking that they have a right to give advice to people who aren't asking for it. Especially if someone's really sharing themselves and talking with others. I mean, imagine if we were in a community center, meditation center, right? And we were sitting down, had couches, had warm lighting. And this guy, Dr. Rob, with his golden jacket and his silver dragon and banana shirt and tie, was sitting around and talking with people. And some people were like, oh, it's interesting. I'm interested to just sit here and talk and listen, right? And then someone came along and said, uh, you need to get help for your psychological problems. I think everybody in that room would look at that person and say, huh? Yeah. Uh, I Megacorp, um, you maybe see it from my side, right? So I'm doing my live streaming and my teaching. So I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've been on this path for more than a decade. I have thousands of hours of live streaming on YouTube, teaching meditation, teaching the Dharma, leading community, running monasteries. And so this is a continuation of that, right? And an anonymous person that I don't know is telling me to get psychological help. And then they're telling me, of course, it's my decision. Well, I don't even know what to say to that. Seems like something that doesn't need to be said. So I'm pointing to kind of, I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm just pointing to an impracticality of that situation from my side. A person who I've never seen, I've never heard their voice, I have no idea who they are at all. And I'm receiving white words on a black screen, and they're telling me to get psychological help. There's nothing for me to do with that, right? Well, I'm very well traveled. I've more well traveled and multicultural than most people in America. I have more experience in meditation than most people in America. I have more experience living in I'm probably in the top 99.9th percentile of Americans in terms of time in monasteries, right? And same for Reddit Buddhism. I'm probably the top 99.9% percentile of people time spent in monasteries of all the users on our Buddhism or our spirituality or our meditation, whatever. No, nicotine is a lot less dangerous mentally than cannabis, because cannabis is like a makes a drunk, makes the mind drunk, makes the mind hallucinate. And you'll already get hallucinating if you start to meditate more. I did a 1 month Dharma teaching tour, meditation tour in Australia, like 2 months ago, which was very successful. Peli Siren says, so you can't make spiritual progress unless you go to a monastery. I don't know who you're asking that question to. I didn't. Nobody said anything like that over here. Well, I practice meditation for myself. I listen to Dharma talks for myself. I don't take refuge in Western psychology. I don't take refuge in Western philosophy. I take refuge in Buddhist philosophy. If you can find a good Buddhist psychologist to spend some time with me, I'd love to talk with them. I first went to live at the monastery or the meditation center when I was 20, and I lived there for a full year, doing intensive retreats and just daily meditation schedule and work schedule. That made a big difference in my life. And one of the most supporting elements of that was that they actually had a Buddhist art therapist that wasn't on staff, but she was kind of like connected with the community. And the art therapy sessions that I did with her were really, really helpful back when I was 20. So that's more than a decade ago. Well, I've awakened spirit for sure. I know who I am, but it's not as simple as that. It's only as simple as that when you're reading something in your home on your couch. I've realized awakened spirit. And also it's transcendental, so it's pointing to like a now factor that's timeless. So you can't use it for like contextual arguments. You can't use awakening for time-based arguments, but you could say, um, I I'm not ignorant of who I am now. Pelisiren, yeah, it's a really bad complex that we fall into. It's the equality complex. So it's like creating a self. So it's like two selves that can be on equal footing. And so superiority, inferiority, and equalness are all self complexes. So, how to understand that this is not about self? Just don't think. Stop creating a situation here. Just practice not thinking. Um, literally, literally. Now that Pele siren, that does make me a little bit. I feel a little bit angry when you say that, or a little bit. I feel like a pulse when you. I felt a pulse in my chest when you said that. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because it's like so. I think this is not a very good analogy, but it could be like, so you said maybe mine, right? So I think maybe is really good to work with. So it could be like being on a basketball court with someone who's clearly more skillful at basketball than you are and saying, maybe you'll get me next time, or like critiquing my game. Could be that way. And it doesn't that doesn't 100% apply to like spirituality. That's more like just trying to communicate about this thing that can happen a lot, where you could go and be in front of a, some Asian Thai monk, Thai master who's like super meditation, super arhat, super enlightened, and then you say, "Oh, but they don't do compost at the monastery." Yeah, right. Like I'd ever stay here. My YouTube channel is Monk Life Meditation, and it'll show up. If you just search that, you'll see my channel.
Oh,
Shambho, 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 Shambho.
I just had
And
an
Shiva,
involuntary.
you're always welcome here at the Monk Life Meditation Institute. You're very beloved here.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I just had a my body just jerked as I was sleeping or falling asleep.
Okay.
What's your YouTube channel? It's Monk Life. Monk
It's
Life.
Monk Life Meditation. Monk Life Meditation.
Yeah. It's all about Sadhguru.
Maybe. And maybe is fine. I think maybe is really good. Maybe is a lot better than we are a lot of the time when we get stuck on being right about something. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm mentally healthy, maybe I'm not. Although there's a kind of identification here with awareness that isn't story based. So maybe doesn't have so much place to fit into. But like for my heart and my body, maybe there's something wrong. Maybe it's just some kind of there's a bug in there or something. I don't know. That's a maybe. But in terms of like spiritual reality here and now, there's not much maybe for me. But if anger arises, then there's maybes. If greed arises, then there's maybes. If complicated thinking about things arises, then there's maybes. Yeah, Chanath, you can feel contraction because you know you're going to get sent off to Jetavana pretty soon. Just feels like a pressure, kind of a pressure. I think because I was screaming a lot the other day, and I don't know, I don't have like, I haven't released my root chakra is getting better. My anal tension is getting better, but my hara is not released. That's like that's full on when your hara is released. That's like the place underneath your belly button, and that's not released. So if I want to do like the throat singing and like screaming and yelling, yeah, I have to use my heart. I have to pressurize like my chest. So I think I was just putting too much pressure on my chest, and I don't get a lot of cardio. And that's one of the interesting elements of what's going on here is that it's in this world, it's very unusual. And in terms of being out of this world, it's fairly out of this world as well. I usually don't go into that way of thinking about things, but just meaning in terms of like this connection to just awareness or non duality, because how can someone or something be connected to non duality? But the connection to like the community and uh, being able to go and become a monk or a nun, or just coming from those experiences of Shiva's journey of spending a weekend at Ajahn Chah monastery and seeing an ant crawling and having a cessation event, or me creating a mass cessation wave on the banks of Mother Ganga, marching with Sadhguru and screaming light. Um, I'm exaggerating. Um, but I'm exaggerating in my reaction, not the factuality of that experience and the profundity and the depth as it compares to Shiva's little relaxing experiences. And that, of course, is has to be faced with this like having the self challenged in play, having the body and mind challenged in play. Because if we can't play together, how can we work together? And then there's like at the beginning of this live stream where I was saying I have documents pertaining to Shiva's true identity and things like that. Or that was on the live stream when I donated $100 to Shiva. This time I was saying, it started totally fun and play, and then we actually got into Shiva's some of his personal views that are maybe not politically correct, and it became very real. So actually, there's like these hard lines based on intention, and that intention like excludes certain ways of being or certain ways of talking. And so you have to watch that intention. It's not so much about what's said, but what the intention is there. Then we have people like Drop Bear come in and say, so many nutters on YouTube. Well, yeah, there's so many nutters in the world, but what does that have to do with me? And then we say, you're crazy. I'm not crazy. You're bad. I'm not bad. You're cool. I'm not cool. Yeah, I would consider Shiva my friend, my brother, my accomplice, my exploiter, someone who's exploited me consistently. And I've had to put my own ego down to not get in my feelings about that. My exploiting me financially, exploiting me socially in various different ways. And then you get people like the enlightened master who's just a totally kind of, somebody who stays around here and has his opinions and has his views. You can key in a little bit, um, snarf through text, but not so much. Enlightened SS says, what are archetypes? So I'll tell you a story. When I first lived in spiritual community or the Buddhist Zen spiritual community in 2014, 2015, when I was 20, and I've always been kind of a little bit leaning towards absurdism and Zen. I've always, since the beginning, when I found out about Zen and that, I've been leaning towards that. And I remember one time we were in the kitchen area of the building where people stay, where people sleep. And I had a room down to the back of the hall to the right, just this little tiny room in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And two of the young men who were also staying there, and they were residents for longer periods of time than I was. One was really into like Jungian philosophy and like Aleister Crowley, a guy named Brian. And they were talking about different archetypes, and it was very heady and intellectual. And I've always been kind of anti-intellectual. My mind just didn't work that way from a very young age. And they kind of reprogrammed me. My parents divorced and I was very angry. And I remember I used to be able to, because like now I can do the thing. Sometimes I do the thing where I just make sounds. But I have this memory that apparently when I was younger, like I could do that, but with words. And anyways, I'm not trying to imply that that's actually that deep and meaningful, but it's meaningful to me because it's like reminds me of my heart, like do that with actual words and the free flow of consciousness or whatever. And so, anyways, they were having this heady conversation. We're at this Zen temple, right? Zen meditation center. And I went over to them kind of aggressively. I got an aggressive tendency, I think, going back to when my parents divorced when I was like 5 or 6, and I was so angry that they sent me to a psychologist to reprogram me. My mom did, I think. And I said, "Okay, you want to know about archetypes?" And I picked up this cup or this thing that was on the table and I moved it over there. That's the thing moving over there archetype. I'm the man who moves this thing over there archetype. And I still stand by that. I still like that kind of thing. There's still a lot of positions that I've held in the past, even when I just started on spirituality, that I still like. It's just that there's been a clearing out of all the more personal ego, anger, greed, complicated thinking stuff. So don't overthink it. What your life look like without a phone or the internet? Looks like this. I did do a 2 week uh, silent retreat, solitary retreat in Myanmar years back when I was a monk. And what that looked like was just me trying to meditate and failing and waiting for the 2 weeks to be over. No, I don't hate psychology. I'm just not particularly impressed by it because I follow like Buddhist philosophy or Buddhist psychology. Okay, Scott says, I believe Satan is our ego. I would say Satan is the smell of another man's farts. Well, really, what's the difference? Why are my farts just a bouquet of interestingness and richness, and someone else's farts are a problem? That's what I think Satan is, that kind of duality, that unnecessary differentiation. Okay, Can Lupus says, "Would you still dress like now without audience?" Well, where is not now? I've never been there. I could take a guess what I'll wear tomorrow, but I don't even know if I'll be alive tomorrow. So I don't think it's makes sense to guess. Yeah, there's a big importance of learning to be bored, and that's good in practicing meditation. Being able to actually practice meditation is like the higher version of that, of learning to be bored. Because if you actually learn how to be bored properly, then boredom can become a meditation and it'll be very enjoyable. But what that means for most people is, and me too, is to just allow that uncomfortableness, allow that non activity, allow that not doing something, being something, consuming something, thinking something, and really allow that very deeply. Who is the dress up for? It's for you, it's for everyone, it's for me. Give us something interesting to look at. Give myself a reason to put on an outfit to look interesting. I mean, you could say the same question to a woman on the side of the street who's wearing a fancy dress, like, who's the dress up for? But that would be crazy. Sometimes, because I have lived in the Myanmar and India, sometimes I wear like a sari, or it's called a longi in India or in Myanmar. And somebody might see that and say, "What? Why are you all dressed up?" It's just something I like to wear. It's comfortable. If phones didn't exist, then what would you still dress up? If phones didn't exist, then I wouldn't exist. My existence is interdependent with phone's existence because if there's no phones, there's no me. I mean, people can be really annoying, but as Sadhguru would say, if someone else can determine your mental state, then you've enslaved yourself. Learn how to determine your own mental state, regardless of circumstances and conditions. I don't know that Shiva has ever donated to any alt right figures, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's ever. Well, there he says no. He's, so I believe him. But that's the thing, right? We get so caught up in the complex of dualities and like who's right and who's wrong that we lose the bigger picture. We lose our effectiveness. Right now, with this guy that was slain and murdered and killed in Minneapolis, right? Everybody's saying, how could this happen, da da da. Well, people on the conservative right are saying, if you bring a gun to a if you bring a gun, I'm going to take it even further. If you bring a gun somewhere and then other people with guns try to stop you and attack, and you fight with them, whatever it is that you're doing, they try to stop you, don't be surprised if you get shot. Is that I mean, that's definitely true. And what the left is saying too, a public execution, state-sponsored murder, untrained gunmen that are, high on their promised 40K bonuses, etc. Yeah, that's 100% true as well. Well, Wicklund says this stream comes up on my feed regularly, and I can never make up my mind what I think about it. Hey, it is cool to be curious. it is cool to have a mind that's not made up. So I am a real follower of Sadhguru, and Shiva Kailash Shambho is also a real follower of Sadhguru. So Shiva is initiated. I'm not initiated. I couldn't pull the plug on the going there. I'd probably be dead if I would have tried to go there. Because when I was listening to that chanting when I was at the Mahakumbh, I felt like Sadhguru was saying, hey, come to Isha. He was saying that to me. I didn't feel it. He was saying that. And if I would have tried to take a train from nearby Varanasi, where the Mahakumbh was, to Coimbatore, I would have literally been dead when I arrived at Isha. And because they work with so many people, they have very strong policies. And I don't, you'd have to kind of be lucky to be able to get through those policies, if it's even possible, to just show up and kind of be given refuge.
One day.
Yeah, one day we'll go together. I've done a bunch of DMT, and if I had to recommend any psychedelic, I would recommend ayahuasca. Uh, but I'd recommend that in a proper set and setting with a real spiritual practitioner who's a friend, or you can do one of these retreats, but they can be dangerous. The best environment to take a psychedelic medicine is someone who has real experience with spiritual practice, serious meditation, and also has experience with that substance, and that you trust them and you feel safe with them, and they can hold space for you to take that thing. That would be like the best case scenario. So the first time I took ayahuasca, and smokable ayahuasca and drinkable ayahuasca, and the toad venom, the white light DMT was in that situation, and I would say that is the proper situation to take psychedelics. So monk life meditation is my channel. Beep. Monk life meditation. Because actually, it takes a lot of training and a lot of self-sacrifice to be able to be vulnerable and to give other people the space to be vulnerable. Everybody's not some middle of the road, $30,000 loan, Camry driving, job holding person. People go through things, and to be able to create a space where people can be vulnerable and people feel safe enough to be vulnerable is really difficult, and it's not something that we have much training for in the modern world, because to be vulnerable is to submit and surrender to everything. And it doesn't matter how sweet Shiva's smile is, I don't want to smell his farts, but that might be a part of his vulnerability. There's a story that Ajahn Brahm tells. Ajahn Brahm is one of the real great modern day meditation masters in the tradition of Ajahn Chah. And he tells this story about a woman who came to one of the big meditations, the meditation talks, a bunch of people in the hall, and she laid down and she fell asleep and she was snoring. And so you know, I'm assuming some hooty tooty kind of person went up and said, wake up, you can't be sleeping and snoring in here. And Ajahn Brahm seemed to actually be quite as upset as someone like Ajahn Brahm can get. And he said, you know what? That woman was coming from a home of domestic abuse. And this space was safe enough for her to lay down and fall asleep and actually get some rest. So the next time that somebody's snoring or sleeping, don't just go there and wake them up. Let them rest. To get into Isha, you have to pay like about $500 or less. It's sliding scale in different places, different countries, different times, but it's like 200 or $300 to get the initial initiation. Apparently, you can get it for free as well. I think it might be possible, but most of them are like a 2 or 3 day. You can do it online as well, and then you get the initial initiation, and then you can go apply to be a volunteer at Isha Yoga Center in Coimbatore. So that's one of the things that you can do for, if you connect with Sadhguru, you can do the initiation online. Then you can apply to be a volunteer, and you can go and stay at the Isha Center in Coimbatore. Okay, question: why do you do lives? To be in community, to teach the Dharma, to practice the Dharma, to share, to receive. Yeah, same in Tennessee. Tennessee's more accessible as well. I remember I talked with somebody who was a managing guy in Tennessee on WhatsApp because there's not so many Indians in America. In India, there are a lot of Indians, and Sadhguru is the biggest yoga teacher guru there. So they have to have, they have to have many kind of gateways, keys before you can just flood in there to keep it a consecrated space. But Tennessee might be more accessible. And Sadhguru goes to Tennessee a lot. Big investment in that center. I think it's like Coimbatore 2.0 is the idea. You can't know for sure. So Scott says, so why does weed now make me feel like I'm dying when years ago before I quit it made me feel normal? We can't know for sure. We just know that that's how it's working now. And so if you identify that it works or it doesn't work now, then you can experiment and practice with that. The recommendation from the Buddhism side and like the yoga side is taking things that intoxicate your mind is something that you shouldn't do. Makes your mind more dreamy. And then in some traditions, even like having coffee would not be encouraged because it's not a natural energy. But it's really, really worthwhile to spend time with people that aren't just talking about spiritual things, but actually have spiritual experience, you know? It's really, really valuable. Well, Chanath, just be grateful that you're not totally insane. Follow-up question: why do you not do this in real life with people face to face? I do. I just had the 1 month meditation retreat teaching tour in Australia, and we did this tons of times. And it is face to face for you. It's just not face to face for me. Can a totally insane person be brought to his wits? More often than you would expect, for sure. But sometimes it's a karmic condition and they have to wait till their next life, or they just have to endure, or we just have to endure them. Sure. I'm dressing like this now, and now is all we have. Have you ever been to yesterday? Can you go to tomorrow? If you can, go and tell me what it's like. I've never been anywhere but here. I can't imagine myself being anywhere but here because myself is awareness. Myself isn't a 5D hologram in a story, in an environment. That's just a dream. You can cure schizophrenia, you can cure bipolar, you can cure anxiety, you can cure cancer with the real meditation sometimes. Sometimes it's karmic, so you can't cure it. You just have to endure and let go. Canis, where are you from? What country are you from? I can see my own ego coming out in that. Like I want to tell Canis that I'm better than them, that they're stupid, that I'm above them.
Aren't you?
So Canis, you're agitating me. Are you meaning to agitate me? I should probably lead with that. Would be easier. What would be easier? Nowness? Awareness? Speaking? Seeing? Hearing? Okay. Cool. Well, being on the spiritual path doesn't mean that we're an arahat or a Buddha or something. So you could be a great spiritual teacher and you still get angry sometimes. Why am I getting agitated? It feels like you're just making a lot of assumptions on your own and then taking those assumptions to be ultimately true. Feels that way. Yeah, sometimes the mind is affected and there's no, I don't have control. I don't have full control over my mind. I don't know that I would be here if I had full control over my mind. You're agitating. I feel anger, Canis. A little bit. I'm not feeling very angry, but I can feel a little bit of that agitation. Just a good, it's good. We have a vision or we have an experience and we can go further on our path. My thoughts on cannabis are big no-no. And usually people who, well, sometimes I've noticed there's a lot of people who are aware of their own mental instability and they take cannabis. That was me. That was me at a certain point. And so cannabis makes the mind more unstable when you don't have a tolerance. When you have a tolerance, it's more like creates a fog over the whole mind. But my thoughts on cannabis are it's mainly it's like alcohol. It's just as for most people use it in the same way they use alcohol. And I think cannabis is very problematic. The cannabis that most people get. If we're talking about organically grown, um, human or Dr. Rob, CBD, CBG, 0.01% THC cannabis, I think the world could probably use a little bit of that. I can't tell you how wonderful it would be to roll up a joint, a spliff of CBD, CBG, Dr. Rob's specialty, Shiva, Kailash, Shambho, and the Monk Life Meditation Community, Humanor cannabis with some natural American spirit tobacco in a cherry flavored paper, and to light up that spliff, uh, looking out over the southern Mediterranean of Italy at the Tabarwa Center in South Italy. But there's no THC in that. I'm not talking about THC. THC is really powerful and problematic. And when you build up that high tolerance, so like the people that are, using pure THC and dabs and stuff, it's just as much a sedative as opiates, as heroin, for sure, 100%. Because I was there. I used to be a big dab king, and I had my 2560 by 1600 monitor, and I think I had a 1080 Ti, and I lived in Issaquah, Washington, and I had a 2017 Camry with tinted windows and two 12-inch subwoofers. And I was living in this little intentional community with these cool people. One of them had a horse, really vibes. And I mean, if I smoked a joint right now, or just generally, like if I was with a bunch of people and hanging out and I smoked a joint, I'd go crazy. But at that time, I was waking up before I went to work and drove my car and smoking dabs. I was dabbing myself to sleep and I was dabbing myself when I woke up. And I was able to do that just because of how sedated I was, clouded I was. And then I remember, but remember, Mr. Cat, no THC. And I remember when I stopped smoking dabs and I stopped smoking weed like that, this cloud, this fog lifted from my mind. And that's when I stepped into my monk journey in 2018. And Cassia, that's why I called you a dumb bitch, because you're not supposed to be smoking weed. You're not supposed to be kind of just wandering around and flailing your hail around. You're supposed to be starting to take your spiritual path seriously, you know? And I can be a dumb fuck sometimes. Last time I was a dumb fuck was after the arm wrestling match. I was super obsessed with eating cheeseburgers. I know, I know. Everybody should be vegan, I know it. I know that's right. But you're not that you know, in such a position to just do whatever with your life. Okay, so Canis says, "Do you not like being questioned?" I like being questioned, but from a place of generosity and deep listening and fairness and non-assumptions, not non baseless presumptions. Is that the root of my agitation? No, because sometimes being questioned is very, very pleasant. So it's not being questioned itself. It's a bit difficult not being questioned when you put yourself in this position. Agree? Sure. Yeah, I would say that that's a big part of what I'm doing here as well. Because I cannot just wear my clothes. And of course, there's always this ideal. I guess it's like a Buddha mind that says, well, of course you can do that. It'll work very well if you're a Buddha, maybe, or Guru Padmasambhava, maybe. But if I just sit here, and I don't even know what this means, I'm not, so if I just sit here and try to speak calmly and pleasantly to people, or, the worst of the worst, sit there and meditate, nobody's interested in that, you know? Nobody's interested in that. Okay, so Adel Wolf if says, if someone like me who isn't made of cash, how can I visit these countries to learn the teachings? It's all about self-sacrifice. if you want to go to Myanmar and live in a monastery, I'm going to make it happen. If you're ready to sacrifice your life, my teacher's in America right now, and he's going to be in America again a couple months from now. He's up in Portland, Oregon, and he'll fly you out to Myanmar. He'll support you if you're really ready to volunteer and to sacrifice your life. But it's not ideal. It's not going to be according to some ideal. But 100%, if you want to volunteer, if you want to be a yogi, if you want to have cultural immersion, you're good, you're good to go. 100%. And it won't be ideal and it'll be hard work for you, but it won't be about other people like getting off on you doing that or like using you, you know. This is probably the cheapest paint in all of China, and it's soaking into my skin right now, and it's just what it is, Canis. Like my explanation about it is that it is what it is. Like seeing this without thinking about it, that's what it is. That's how I would say what it is. And I don't quite know what to do with because even I would like to be more commercially successful because I'd like to do some things with people. Like I'd love for me and Shiva to do like a walking meditation tour we talked about this in South Korea or so. It have to be a place that has really good 4G or 5G, something like that. And just go and travel with the young men and walk around and practice around. But I just am totally anti-commercial, whatever that means. Call it laziness. It just doesn't compute in me. It doesn't bring up anything in me. What went through my mind when I put this makeup on? Uh, use the brush in the bathroom and put the paint on the back of the brush so that I don't have to get this paint all over my hands and then I don't have to wash it off. You can call me Mr. Monk, you can call me Dr. Rob, you can call me uh Rob. Please, Candace. I've answered some of your questions. I'd like to invite you to introduce yourself, what country you're from, how old you are, what's your business, what's your profession, and I'll ask you to do that before I answer any more of your questions. And that's making me angry, Candace, a little bit, frustrated a little bit, because I feel like you have a high thought about yourself that doesn't really make any sense. That's probably saying too much. Like an arrogance that doesn't make any sense, like a misplaced arrogance. And trust me, I know a lot about misplaced arrogance. I'm not a fan. So those people who say, Dr. Rob, I looked into you. I know you're a mischievous character and it's important people don't respect you and stuff. Hey, I'm taking care of that. The only time that I'm going to get any respect from anybody is if one of my students or something writes a book, uh, you know, puts my teachings into a book, and then I get to show up in the middle of nowhere where nobody knows me and put on a suit and tie and act like some normal person. Yeah, and I feel that anger again, Candace. Like you're really making me angry. Because there's something so like I'm sitting here, I'm answering your questions, I'm sharing my sincerity, I'm sharing my body, I'm sharing my mind, I'm sharing my voice, I'm answering your questions. I 100% don't have to, right? And yet I ask you like very simple, basic questions of now I think I'm getting even more angry about who you are, where you're from, what's your business, and you totally ignore it and then just say, "Oh, I'm just curious." So, are you sure you're not trying to make me angry?
You have some past life karma with this person.
So this is the point on my live stream, Shiva, where I would ban this person basically.
There's no banning here.
And it brings up like racism in me. It brings up I want to make all these assumptions in this person. I want to find a way to tear this person down. That's what it brings up in me. I want to find something about them that they're vulnerable about. I want to point to that and I want to say, "Look, in this, I'm better than you. I'm above you." And I want to abuse that. I want to beat that person, not just me. I don't just want to beat that person with me and them. I want to beat that person publicly. I want to shame that person publicly. I want to show their inadequacies and their lacking by commonly understood and agreed upon social values and understandings, and I want to just shame them. I don't actually want to do that, but I can see this part of myself that's like inclined to doing that. And truth seeking, I don't get your joke about the BIS. I think it's going over my head. Well, you probably are watching industrial Chinese lead filled paint, not just dry, probably not dry, but emulcerate itself into my skin and into my bloodstream. Okay, Joel says, "LOL, you want to beat people who don't donate you enough money. Ha ha ha." It doesn't sound like real laughter. You shame people who don't have the same amount of money as you. That's not what I said, is it? It's not about money. I'm just saying if you're coming here and you want to ask me questions and then I ask you a question and you just ignore it, I might feel, it's my right to say, okay, well, I'm not going to answer any more of your questions. Anyways, I don't think having more money than someone is particularly like I don't put my value in somebody having more money than someone else. I could see how you could do that in terms of shaming that person. Oh no, people send me enough money. Shiva might complain about people not sending him enough money inside his head when the live stream didn't get enough today. I'm getting pulled into this. Candace, there's something about you that's really getting me pulled in. This isn't about being entertaining. This is about being accessible. Hi, Mackenzie. Okay, you said I wipe my ass with insert amount in previous streams and you know it. Haha. It's true. I have said something like that before. And that was probably me being angry and being in entangled in people's people's emotions or ways of presenting that I didn't understand. But sometimes I do try to provide a commentary on people conflating generosity with like throwing a few coins to someone. So like if you really want to practice generosity, it has to be giving something of value, something that you wouldn't just throw away. And if you want to practice generosity, the best generosity, if you want, the best generosity is towards a spiritual teacher, someone who's worthy of offerings and donations. Right. And so the frustration would not be in Canis rage baiting, but in that I could rage bait them better than they can rage bait me, or that I could do what they're doing better than what they're doing to me, but they're kind of, it's like kind of trying to wrestle with somebody, but they won't let you get a hold of them. So it's like being in a UFC match and there's two guys fighting and one's running around from the other one. And so I would call that out. I would say, "Hey, stop running. If we want to get to business, let's get to business. You want to squabble, let's squabble." And that's probably not very healthy either mentally. But that is a big triggering factor for me. Like someone says, "Hey, I'm gonna put you down. I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna troll you." All right, well, give me a fair chance too. What are we doing here? Okay, Candace says, "I'm not rage baiting, but my questions are enough for you to get angry without me being rude." It's not just about your questions, it's about the intention, right? So having a conversation means a willingness to share. So you just ignoring my questions is not very fair. So how can we have a real dialogue with each other? And if you're not trying to make me angry, why are you worried about that your questions were enough to get me angry? What does that mean?
That's some past life trauma.
Motu Bucks, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've met many of my students in person, and led meditation retreats and led community in person before, so it wouldn't be anything new to me. But I'm a little bit more, I don't know, depressed or uninspired and a little bit sometimes wild. So one of my students has a home in Australia, and I was staying there with another one of my students who's a young man. And my student who owned the home, they went to work one day and I got into their alcohol. They don't actually drink, but they had these bottles of alcohol. So I drank that alcohol and I was like, alcohol can't affect me. I'm detaching from alcohol. I'm not getting drunk, even though I drank the alcohol on the live stream. I was acting pretty wild and crazy. And for my student, and that's just, student, what is a student? But spiritual friend, they came back and said, "Oh, they weren't really surprised. At least they didn't say anything to me about it." And Adel Wolf, that kind of stuff can be truer than we know. Like the 5D realm, the spiritual realm, where like Sadhguru as a community leader, he might identify like a particular negative energy. And then he'll send that identification out to the hive mind and like starve that negative energy or support it so it blows up in that own person's face.
Yep.
John Hay, No Mud, No Lotus, The Art of Transforming Suffering by Thich Nhat Hanh. Joel, I'm not sure what you're saying in that. I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, of course. Seeing one's own issues does not determine if they can see others. Joel Phoenix, it seems to me that your LOLs and ha ha ha's are um getting a little bit tired. Are kind of just they're not actual laughter, but like implying that you don't take me seriously. And to share a little bit with you, I'm not concerned with if you take me seriously or not. That's your business. And then, so of course, seeing one's own issues does not determine if they can see others, definitely. But it helps a lot. If we can't see our own issues, we certainly can't see other people's issues. And then, especially when they are fraudulent, like this one. Well, the notion of self is fraudulent. The notion of a real true person in a real true story is fraudulent, concerned with the Dharma, concerned with the truth. It's also not about being serious. What is being serious? Being angry, being greedy, holding strongly to one particular thought? So it's not about being serious as such. Serious can mean just like holding on very strongly to something or someone. This is more like letting go. But a lot of the times, what we like to do is to demoralize environments because we are demoralized. We like to de-meaningfulize environments because we don't have a very strong connection to meaningfulness in our lives. And that is something I take umbrage towards, because the more meaningful that environments can be, we should try to lean into that so we can bring meaning into our own lives. If we find meaning in demoralizing others, that's a that's a really good formula for further demoralizing ourselves. If we find deep meaning in demeaning others, that's a really good formula for demeaning ourselves. I've trained with meditation masters around the world. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. The first time I went to live at the monastery was when I was 20 years old. So I have a lot of experience with quote unquote true spiritual guides, or what would be many people who would be, normatively accepted as true spiritual guides. And I can't say what they would do in any given situation. That's kind of what makes them true spiritual guides, is that they're not easy to predict. That quality of spontaneity and kind of newness in responding. So when I first started to learn to be a monk was when I was 25. That's when I first went to live at the monk monastery. But I had already had training in being a yogi starting when I was 20. Yeah. So there's a wish in that energy, Canis. There's a wish for me to, because of course there's like a presentation that you're making that doesn't want to be vulnerable or doesn't want to be exposed, right? So I want to reach beyond that presentation. I want to grab you by the metaphorical throat, and I want to hold you up with my strength and my power and my intellect in front of other people. And I want to say, look at how weak this person is. Look at how afraid they are of being vulnerable. That's my combative ego. Sci-fi Michael, this is a comment that makes me a little bit like defensive, because there are many there's never been more access to true guides through YouTube, through online. There's never been more access to true guides. Now, has there ever been more true guides? That doesn't matter, because it's what you have access to. So if you're serious about spirituality or meditation or what have you, then you know you have to Take responsibility for that seriousness. Okay. Candace says, I didn't ask you your name or where you live, though. I asked about your life, your intention, and so forth. Good for you. But I asked you where you live. So there's no authority that you have over the kind of questions that I ask. Just like there's no authority that I have over the questions that you ask. Don't tell me what to do, Varin Thakur. Well, I want to know who I'm talking to. Would be a little bit strange to talk with someone who I don't know. We should all aspire to know who we're talking to. Don't just go around talking to random people. You might as well just go talk to an AI. But to get to know each other, we have to be generous with each other. There's the huffing paint comment. Nice one. Took you long enough. Took somebody long enough to say that. Yes, manners, misbehaving. We know that there are certain groups of people and they're very well known for misbehaving, for the yeah, to misbehave. You don't have that so much in the West or in American society because it's like such a melting pot that there's not really a standard for how to act. There's not really a homogenous culture. But in the Asian cultures, it's very normal to say like misbehaving because the homogeny of the culture. Like we know, well, you shouldn't to behave like that. You know better than that. They know better than that. So my first foray into, well, my real first foray into spiritual life was leaving home, following up on a Craigslist ad to be a personal trainer for a gay man in Florida. But on the Greyhound bus to Florida, I developed this like mindset or perspective of like positivity. And before that, I somebody out of nowhere sent me an email. This is when I was like 18 or 19, living with my grandparents. Someone sent me an email with their credit card or their debit card, like front and back. So I took their debit card front and back and I ordered all this like camping supplies on Amazon to go because I thought I was just going to go like walk into America with like these camping supplies and stuff. So I ordered all this stuff and the order didn't go through, they canceled it or something like that. And then that led me to say, okay, well, I better get on Craigslist. And so I found this ad for a live-in personal trainer. Maybe I didn't know he was gay or I wasn't clear enough to see that. So I took a Greyhound bus from Maryland to Florida to be this personal trainer there. It was this weird situation, but on the way there, I had an intimate experience with a older woman who happened to sit by me on the Greyhound bus. She was like 27. She's a yoga instructor. For some reason or another, I've had some intimate experiences with women on buses before. One of them I can't even remember, but I don't know how that happened. It's interesting. Back when I was a young man who had hair. And so it ended up that she was going down to Florida for a 2-week trip for yoga instructor training. And 2 weeks later, this Rob guy is totally interesting experience that ended with me taking a shit in this gay man's cupboard before I left. 'Cause it was a whole weird thing. I don't even know what happened. It was very, very weird. And that was my kind of goodbye present to this weird situation. And anyways, 2 weeks later, I found myself with this woman, this older woman, going to upstate New York, back on a big Greyhound bus from Florida to upstate New York. It's a long ride, and then living with her. Um, and I totally forget why I was telling this story.
Why did you take a shit in his cupboard?
Because it was a weird kind of thing. I don't know really know what happened. I was kind of out of it at that time. My memories aren't super clear, but I feel like he sexually harassed me or he did something weird. Um,
Now it's all adding up.
yeah. And then when I was living with this older woman in upstate New York, she saw that I put a Craigslist ad out looking for like another girlfriend or something in upstate New York because it wasn't working out with her. And so she kicked me out in the middle of the night. And so then I ended up like being homeless in upstate New York, and I went to her uncle's house, and her uncle tried to give me scalopamine. Scalopamine is like Datura, basically. He tried to give me Datura seeds. Maybe some people here know about that. And then, anyways, then he kicked me out, and then I was selling fake weed with this drug dealer in upstate New York. So I was ripping people off with fake weed, and then eventually he left me during a drug deal. Well, it wasn't really drugs. Um, uh, and left me barefoot in upstate New York with nothing. And I had to call my mom from a McDonald's barefoot. She had to drive up there and pick me up and get me.
Don't do drugs, kids.
Oh, the start of my spiritual journey. So then, anyways, I was back with my mom, and I think she got me an apartment, whatever. But then I was like, okay, now I'm gonna do woofing. I'm gonna woof, which is like working on organic farms. Like you can go different places in America and work on organic farms. And so I went to this one in Pennsylvania. My mom took me out there. My mom and my sister took me out there. I remember because the hotel we stayed at before I went to the farm had a hot tub. I'm a big hot tub fan, I'm a big bath fan. And then I stayed at that farm for a while, and then there was a woman or a lady going through, a girl really, going through that was going out to California. And I found this ranch out in California, and that ranch turned out to be a Native American church peyote farm. So I went to 3 ceremonies with the Native American church and sweat lodges and stuff like that with this guy, Stephen Lawler. And that was my first kind of real spiritual experience. But I found out about Brad Warner and Hardcore Zen and Eckhart Tolle when I was living with the woman who was a yoga instructor. She kind of helped introduce me to spirituality. So I'm not gonna be Sadhguru. You know, you hear Sadhguru talking about his life coming up. He was brilliant, he was pure, and then he sat down on that rock up on the hill where everybody likes to go, and he had complete enlightenment experience, and he's never thought about anything before. Oh my God, that is not Dr. Rob. Dr. Rob is not going to be successful in that kind of path. So I have to work with what I've got, you know. And so that's the kind of generosity that I'm talking about in getting to know each other and forming like spiritual relationships. It's not just telling all the good things that you've done and the good things that you've experienced, but telling your faults, you know, telling your errors. So people can say, hey, I trust this person. I don't care what you say. I know this person. And that's what we need to have a relationship spiritually with another.
Mm.
And my teacher, Seattle Utamatara's way of practice and training is kind of like he's not a commercial guy either. He's not a commercial guy. He doesn't run things in a commercial way. So I think in my practice of following him and training with him, he kind of taught me to self-sabotage all the commercial things that I developed so that I could grow and develop more in the real way, in the deep way. I do feel that. I do believe that. Or he allowed me to self-sabotage. Because if another spiritual teacher in that situation, he could have been giving me all this advice and all this support about you have all these Western people following you, you have all this support, you have all this interest, let's move it this way, let's move it that way. But he's just detached. He never gave me any like, "Oh, Rob, you're doing so good. Keep going in this way, keep going in that way." Just do good deeds limitly with mindfulness and detachment continuously. He never stopped me in that way from fucking up myself. He will stop people from fucking up, good situations or good opportunities, in the bigger picture. But in terms of their practice, we kind of have to learn through our failure. You don't get to learn through your success. And that's kind of the myth of having a successful social media career or, becoming famous is that somehow you're going to learn through your success. No, you're going to learn through your failure much more than you learn through your success. And being able to embrace failure is how you access samadhi in your morning live streams, Shiva.
It's all about Sadhguru for me. He's a commercial guy. You gotta run a business somehow. Oh, Joel. One thing that's always hilarious is YouTube comments. People are comedians when it's time to comment on YouTube videos.
To have happiness, you have to give a lot. And then we accept for our ego and ourselves that it's not just about being happy all the time, but it's about peace. It's about equanimity. It's about awareness. So that happiness actually has a proper place to rest and a proper place to return instead of just falling over ourselves in happiness, because then we're going to get into a big problem when the happiness isn't there. We're going to be confused instead of mindful and detached.
What do you think about the Russian and Ukraine war? Dr. Rob sold me fake weed. You have to ask for your money back. Dr. Rob.
To the main naval base of Russia's Northern Fleet. Residential areas were plunged into darkness. Murmansk Mayor Ivan Lebedev has already confirmed the information on his official Telegram account. The city's mayor attributed the blackout to a power surge in the power grid. He later posted that the region faces an increased risk of power outages due to adverse weather conditions, specifically icing on power lines at temperatures around -9 degrees Celsius. Residents report that due to accidents, trolley buses have stopped working. Escalated.
I'm watching a video on the collapse of Russian Northern Fleet. The 3-day special military operation has unintended consequences for the Russian people. Yeah, I want the war to end too, but I watched a YouTube video by Putin, and he is not looking so good. He looks like the anxiety is getting to him and the pressure is getting to him, and his nerves are, you can see he's dealing with stuff. That's very good to see. So I hope that continues, and that guy needs a lot of loving kindness for him to get through this cold, tough time. And yeah, this Marks, we're at 84 likes of this video. I don't think I've ever had a live stream with 100 likes. Hit the like button. Double click the screen. You'll like the video. Dr. Rob is doing some nefarious activities. I don't know what he's doing, but he'll be back. And I love watching videos of like the updates of what's happening in Ukraine and Russia, and how Putin is just losing so much money, and how the submarines are getting attacked and getting sunk. Ukraine has sunk 2 submarines, 2 nuclear-powered submarines that belong to Russia, which is, you know, yeah. Sci-fi Michael, you got some eyes on you.
In shopping centres are not working, elevators in buildings are frozen, and traffic lights on the roads are gone out. There is no electricity, not only in Murmansk and Severomorsk, but also in nearby settlements. Media.
Yeah, just take a look at Africa. Yeah, Ukraine is doing good work. Ukraine is, if you're not paying attention to what's happening, Ukraine is launching drones every single night into Russian territory. And what are they going after? The oil pumping stations. That's Russia's lifeblood. That's where the money is. So every time this explosion happens, and now they're going after the power grid, the official Russian media says, "Oh, it's an unintended consequence of something, and it's definitely not because of the war." And so Russia has lost billions, hundreds of billions, actually, probably since the war started. A lot of money has been lost, and Ukraine just keeps going, and they're not going to stop. And also watching the war clips, it's easier for Ukraine to defend, and it's harder for Russia to advance and attack. That's usually how it is. Defending is easier. So they're going through it, and Ukraine is giving them a run for their money. We're talking about the Russian-Ukraine war. What do you think about that, Dr. Rob? The Russia-Ukraine war. What do you think?
What?
The Russia and Ukraine war. What do you think?
Well, I had an insight into Kanish. I think that it relates to childism. I think that there's maybe an idea of a inherent authority, like what I think is right, what I think is true, what I understand is the way that it is. And that you, as someone who is not me, have to subscribe to my understanding and my position of authority based on me just being here. and it can relate to any kind of discrimination, but I would imagine a situation where a young Indian boy or, a young person would be oppressed and abused and forced into a box of following along with the understandings that were not their own, the positions and perspectives that were not their own, and that they were forced to subscribe to someone else's understanding just because they were an adult, just because they paid the bills, etc. So here, there's not really any just because. Just because, fuck you. And when we live in this kind of disjointed way where we're so much focused and lost in our own minds, there's no evenness to our way of being. There's no fairness in communication. If someone says something or asks us something that we don't like, we just ignore it. If someone says something that doesn't continue propagating our narrative or our position, we just ignore that and try to keep pushing forward with that narrative. I think it's very problematic and very dangerous.
Yeah, I'm from Ukraine. I'm born in Ukraine. I've been to
All
Ukraine
right,
many times,
everybody.
and I support Ukraine,
Well,
obviously.
thank you all for being here. I appreciate your donations. I appreciate your time, your energy. I wish you all the best of luck. See you again very soon. And Shiva, please be careful about how you use this content. You can use it in a way to create a sense of demoralization, or you can use it to create a sense of moralization. Tapas and rupas, right? So which direction do you go? You're not getting more people to buy that nonsense membership, and you're keeping interesting content from people's feed. But be careful. Are the videos and the shorts that you're making, are they tapas or rupas? Because if you're making dark energy shorts and things like that, and it's your intention behind it that creates it, I'm going to have to reconsider this entire business relationship. And it's not much of a business relationship, is it? So I wish everyone the best, and see you again soon. All right. Goodbye
Shiva
for now.
Shambho.